We beg you. Please become our goddess of wisdom.
Oh, must be time already. Thank you. Hello. It's been a while.
I'm sorry. Who are you?
Wait, you don't remember what the person who saved your life looked like?
It's safe to say I haven't been through any life-threatening events in the last decade at least.
It was 2 years ago. It happened here. Are you going to be all right?
Thank you. I guess you saved me. Oh, sorry!
It's fine. As the one who saved your life, all I ask is that you remember me forever.
That's going a bit overboard. Although, I guess it is possible to die that way. Right, I'll remember.
He reminds me of a goat. Goats are skinny, spacey beasts that spend their whole lives obliviously munching on grass day in and day out, but you can feel a bizarre sort of vitality in them. Yes, one must never underestimate a goat. An extremely agile creature that has no problems living in highlands or even wastelands. And, depending on the breed, it may also have 2 powerful horns. They're almost like demon horns. Horns of undeniable sharpness. Is this what they mean by love at first sight?
Oh, that girl was you? But that girl wasn't wearing a beret. I feel like I would have remembered that.
And you can only tell girls apart by which hat they're wearing?
Hey, sorry. I'm not that good at remembering girls' faces. And if I remember them too well, it just makes Saki grumpy.
In that case, please try to remember it again. My name's Kotoko Iwanaga, written with the characters for Koto, like the instrument. Then Child, Rock, and Eternity. I'm 17 years old, and quite lively.
Cool. I won't forget this time.
Yeah, I'm so sure, considering I heard that you and Saki broke up.
How'd you know that?
What are you doing, Kuro?
Oh, Saki. Actually, she sort of saved my life.
I saw. I'm so sorry for the trouble he caused. And thank you.
Why are you the one apologizing? What is she? His older sister? Actually, she could be his younger sister.
His name is Kuro Sakuragawa. He's a second year at Homei University, studying law. He comes here often to visit his cousin, who's a long-term patient.
Is this cousin of his a somewhat tall woman with long dark hair? Oh no, they're not related to each other. That's Saki. She's a year older and his girlfriend. They've dated since they were in high school. Kuro even decided to go to the same university that she was attending. Then 2 years after our first encounter...
Apparently, Kuro and Saki are getting married after they graduate.
I heard they just met each other's parents recently. They'll be getting married any day now. He's alone today? Did Kuro and his girlfriend break up or something?
What? I doubt it.
You know, he stopped talking about his girlfriend right around February.
You're right. And he hasn't really talked to anyone recently.
What is this hospital's policy on handling personal information anyway?
They said they had no obligation to protect a visitor's personal information.
Is that how it works?
It really is a bit shady. Though, to be fair, they never did tell me who your cousin is, or why they're in the hospital. Never even said a word.
You're better off not knowing. The reasons people are hospitalized long-term aren't usually that amusing.
So, in regard to the rumors that you and Saki broke up right before spring,
They don't care about my privacy at all, do they? You weren't kidding.
the point here is that you're back to being single again. Have you maybe thought about trying a fresh start with someone new?
Could you get to the point already?
Very well then. How about dating me with marriage in mind? I've held this one-sided love for 2 years, just waiting for this moment.
You're surprisingly direct despite how you look. And if you waited 2 years, pretty persistent too.
A young lady can always wait for fate.
Thing is, there'd be problems on account of you being a middle schooler.
I told you I'm 17 years old and in high school. I even plan on applying to your university next year. What, do you have the memory of a chicken? Was what I said really that funny?
Nah, it just made me feel happy. A high school girl just asked me to go out with her. I guess maybe I'm not a total lost cause. Haven't felt this great in a while.
I see. Did Saki dump you?
It wasn't Saki's fault. There was no way around it. So, I'm not sure I'm ready to see anyone new.
So what was it, and be specific, that ended your courtship in a sudden breakup?
Over the winter, Saki and I went on a trip to Kyoto.
But you weren't married! What would people think?
What decade were you born in, anyway? So, late one night when we were walking along the Kamo River.
What, those things that show up on shorelines?
Yup, it was a kappa.
It wasn't a Gataro, Suiko, or Hyusabe?
You sure know your stuff. Whatever it actually was, calling it a kappa seemed to fit best. All I know is that what I saw wasn't a human or an animal. But it was definitely some kind of moving, breathing life form. The moment we realized that, it became something so terrifying that it felt like all the rules of our world were about to crack open.
But generally speaking, kappas aren't bad. These days, they're very trendy creatures that can recommend good sushi or shrimp chips.
Well, the one I saw looked like he'd drag you into the river and suck out every last drop of your blood. The next day, they actually found a body in the river near there. It was ruled an accident, cause unknown. Saki's a brave, no-nonsense girl, and she doesn't believe in yokai or ghosts. But she saw that thing and got so scared she just clung to me, shaking.
And then, what happened?
Without a second glance Saki's way, well, there were some cowardly whimpers running off like a scared rabbit.
Well, it was a kappa.
After that, she said she never knew I was that kind of person, and things got awkward. She was already planning to move away for her new job. That was her excuse to break up, and honestly, who could blame her? I don't really care if you believe me or not. If you don't, then I'm just a crazy college kid who blames a kappa for the fact that his girlfriend dumped him. Or maybe I'm a college kid who went crazy from the shock of getting dumped. Regardless, I'm not worthy to be your boyfriend. Gotta go. My bus will be here soon.
But we aren't done talking yet. Please clarify the subject of your statement. Who exactly left Saki and ran off? It wasn't you that ran off. It was the kappa, right? The kappa saw you next to Saki, got scared, and ran off. There's no doubt. An awful experience for that kappa. Just randomly running into you in the middle of the night. I feel sorry for it. Saki saw that terrifying yokai run away after seeing you. She wondered who you really were and got spooked. And that's when she said she never knew you were that kind of person. Isn't that right?
You've made one key mistake in your investigation. Kappas don't exist to begin with.
Even though you just said they did?
Well, that was a lie. Think about it. Like I'm gonna tell a girl about my breakup.
I'm really only slightly acquainted with kappas, but I am quite knowledgeable about creatures like it. This town, and even this hospital, has yokai, ayakashi, specters, and even demons are lurking everywhere. In the shadows of the azaleas, and atop the dogwoods. They are quietly observing all we do. Most of them are just curious and mean no harm. But they do in fact exist everywhere you look. I hear them whisper when they see you, their voices strained in fear. He's something different. He's terrifying.
Who the hell are you? And what makes you so certain that these things exist?
When I was 11, I was kidnapped for 2 straight weeks by these mythical creatures. Deep in the mountain where they took me, they pleaded with me, the girl they had kidnapped. We beg you, please become our goddess of wisdom, they said.
Goddess of wisdom?
Most of these creatures were of low intellect, so they were looking for someone who could help them. Someone to quell their fighting and to establish peace among them.
Please help us, we beseech you.
So I gave them my answer. Yes, I'll do it.
My lady!
Thus, ever since then, whenever they have problems or conflicts, they come from all over the country to ask me to mediate or find solutions.
That's hard to believe.
Too true. Since that's the case, find a newspaper from July 6 years ago. There's an article about a 5th grade girl named Kodako Iwanaga who disappeared from this town rather suddenly, and how 2 full weeks after vanishing, the girl was found napping quietly on a park bench in town, though her left leg was severed. And also, her right eye had been completely gouged out of the socket. Unsurprisingly, the culprit was never caught. It's time. Bye now. We'll pick this up later.
The doors are closing. Please be careful. Now departing.
Are you hurt? Oh, please tell me you're all right. I was so frightened I thought that vile creature might try to eat you alive.
There's no need to worry so much. He didn't even lay a finger on me.
But my lady, what could you possibly see in that smelly, terrifying monstrosity?
I'm sure it's difficult for all you yokai to imagine. But to me, well, this Kuro guy is quite the looker.
Could it be possible that your left eye was taken out as well?
Do you want to get forcibly exercised?
Oh, no, my lady. I still have so many Harlequin romance novels left to read. I couldn't possibly move on to the afterlife just yet.
Those are probably the last words I ever expected to hear from you.
But that creature I mentioned before is still at the library, so I haven't been able to go in days. Please get rid of that thing as soon as you can.
I haven't forgotten. I might be able to take care of it tomorrow. As long as Kuro is able to help me out, it shouldn't be too hard. In Japan's greatest literary work, the Kojiki, there is a mention of a god named Quebiko. It cannot walk because it only has one leg, but it is a god of wisdom, full of knowledge of the world. It also mentions that at times beings with only one eye were also regarded as gods, or something similar. The kinds of gods that have either one leg or one eye can be found in stories throughout the world's cultures.
The surface is rough, but it's been melted and hardened by some kind of acid. We won't have to take any further action.
Her right eye has been gouged out, but there's no pus or swelling. It's basically healed.
What in the world happened to this little girl?
Can you tell me where you were these last 2 weeks, Kotoko? Were you with someone? If there's anything you remember, you can tell me.
Does that mean the reason my left leg and my right eye were taken was to make me a god? That isn't a bad trait at all. I don't really remember. Sorry.
Hello. Did you finish with your research?
Apparently, there was a Kotoko Iwanaga involved in some kind of incident 6 years ago. That's all I found. There's still not any proof about monsters or yokai, or you becoming some kind of god to them.
Indeed. That could all be a fantasy in my head. And if that's really the case, I'm just a girl who went crazy after being kidnapped by some lunatic mutilator. Whether you believe me or not is entirely your choice. But I may be the only one in this world who can truly understand you.
You're saying those who ended up with either one eye or one leg sometimes become a sacrifice to the gods?
That's right. A sacrifice to forge a connection. Or sometimes a priestess who can hear the voices of the gods.
My lady!
Hey, slow down. What is it, Bake Danuki?
The library boundary's been broken. That's gonna cause all kinds of trouble. Please help us. My lady, how many times did we ask you to stay away from this terrifying creature?
Now, Kuro, don't scare them like that.
I didn't even do anything.
Maybe, but it certainly isn't good that the barrier is down. Time to go. Why don't you come with us, Kuro?
Huh?
We'll get rid of any doubts you may have by engaging in an actual battle.
No need. I don't doubt anything after seeing monsters asking you for help. I believe you. See ya.
Oh, don't be like that. The yokai in the library is dangerous. It's a monster both violent and evil. There might be an article in tomorrow's paper about it. A girl with one eye and one leg who was brutally murdered. A tragic end for a girl who confessed her love for you even if you weren't ready. If it came to that, you wouldn't be able to escape your pangs of guilt now, would you? Thanks for your help. But I'm not sure about the way you're carrying me. Isn't the princess carry normal in these situations?
To be fair, I don't know what about this situation is normal. Are you...
It's you!
Easy, Kuro. It's just a fallen warrior spirit.
My lady, I'm utterly powerless against the sheer violence of that thing.
That's quite enough. The human world and Ayakashi realm have to maintain their balance. Those who disregard the rules can't be allowed to...
We tried running your big mouth, so what do we do now?
That's unexpected.
What?
I should have been able to easily contain a rogue yokai like that after it took one look at you, but no. It's in such a panic that it can't see what's going on around it.
So in other words, you only wanted me for my body?
I was serious when I asked you out. It hurt me deeply to go after your body like this on our very first date.
Do you have some kind of plan? Any talismans you can use?
If it doesn't want to listen to me, we'll have to use force.
Use force?
That's it. I definitely prefer being held like this. I feel so close to you now.
This isn't the time for that.
I suppose you do have a point? We should flee for now. Curl, what gives? We can do all the naughty things you want later.
Not that. I can't let you do anything reckless.
Run, Curl! 2 years ago, and now, you have that same unfazed look on your face. Why are you so calm? How can you be so unfazed when you're in danger?
Someone as reckless as you shouldn't be lecturing me on that. Besides, I thought you'd already figured it out by now. I guess my flesh really is poisonous to them.
'Wait, Curl, I want to know. Who are you really?
You mean the ones asking for your wisdom won't tell you who I am?
Everyone avoids talking about certain things, especially if those things terrify them.
You're right. If I were to borrow your words. When I was just 11, I consumed 2 different kinds of yokai flesh. All I could eat.
Those are pretty.
Huh?
Are you here visiting your cousin again?
You seem to have excellent timing, don't you? Was it through deduction, or did your yokai friends tell you I was here?
I have an appointment for my eye and leg today. What a coincidence. After that last incident, the Ayakashi won't stop talking about you and what you did that day. He must be a yokai of unrivaled power. I bet he's gonna cook us up and eat every one of us to the last one.
So I helped you out, and that's the thanks I get?
Well, it's your power that scares them. Your left arm. Are you sure it's totally fine now?
Wait, you're actually worried about me?
Well, I'm the one who got you involved.
See? It's fine. Ever since I ate the flesh of a mermaid at the age of 11, my body repairs itself, no matter how badly it gets hurt.
You know, it's said those that eat mermaid will become immortal and gain eternal youth. But I'm happy to say that you definitely don't look 11.
About that, I think it might be because the other yokai whose flesh I ate along with the mermaids is nullifying some of the effects.
Well, what was the other one?
I have to get going. I'll be late for visiting hours.
Kuro. I actually had a favor to ask you. Tonight I am heading off to go and see a giant serpent, who is the guardian spirit of the mountains in the next prefecture over. Would you come with me?
A giant serpent?
Yes. About 10 days ago, one of its servants came to visit me. It said the guardian is so troubled by something that it can't even sleep at night. So, this is a job for the goddess of wisdom to the specters.
You're going to put yourself in danger again? I mean, you don't even have any special powers.
How rude! I have a very special power that allows me to interact with the Ayakashi and even touch ghosts.
But that's it, am I right? You can't fly, you don't have super strength, or talismans to create supernatural phenomena, you don't have any physical or spell-like powers? What if you run into another violent, aggressive monster like we did the other day? At least my arm can regrow.
If you're so worried about me, you should just come along. And if you were to help them out despite how much the yokai fear you, I'm sure it'll make negotiations and mediations go smoother.
I can't tonight.
Huh?
I want to enjoy the pork miso soup I made last night, so go by yourself.
Honestly, why is he like that? Who lets a poor defenseless girl go off into the mountains on her own in the middle of the night?
I'm terribly sorry it's so late, my lady. Oh, look! The swamp's now coming into view!
I know you've traveled a great distance to come and see me as I had requested, for which I humbly thank you, my lady.
Of course. That is my duty after all. There's no need to thank me for doing my job. And besides, the people here once worshipped you as a water god. It's only natural that I come to see you if you ever needed me.
It's been quite a long time since the humans worshipped me as a water god. The small shrine has long been forgotten, and no one offers me anything for it to rain anymore. Though even when they did pray to me, I never had the ability to control the weather to begin with. Considering me a god was presumptuous, it's no wonder I've been forgotten. The human world develops so quickly that there are many things I don't understand. That is why I sent one of my servants to summon you forth, my lady, so I could borrow some of your great wisdom. So, well, I apologize that I cannot be more hospitable here in these mountains, but please do not be angry with me.
Oh no, it's totally fine. If I seem to be in a bad mood, it isn't because of you. It's due to something personal.
Something personal, you say?
Right. I have a moody boyfriend named Kuro Sakuragawa. I asked him to come with me here tonight, but he declined, saying he'd rather stay home and eat pork miso soup.
So you had one of your yokai track me down.
Kuro, it's absolutely imperative that you look at this. You actually made pork miso soup?
Don't go barging into people's homes. Wait, you're going into the mountains dressed like that?
You noticed, Kuro. I knew you would. It's a spring line. My I've been invited dress.
But you were invited to a swamp in the mountains.
Wait, no! You shouldn't be so forceful! What is this?
The jacket I wore when I went mountain climbing in grade school.
How did you dig this up so quickly? Now what are you doing?
It's some bug repellent.
What the heck do you think you're...
Here's some pork miso soup to take with you. And rice balls, too.
Wait. Kuro!
Don't do anything rash again.
So you see, even though I told him I would be meeting with a giant serpent that might like to dine on humans, he refused to join me.
Goodness, no! I would never dream of eating you, my lady. Besides, humans are far too hard to eat with the clothes and metal accessories that they put on.
So you have actually eaten some humans before?
I can't say I haven't. I was rumored to be a man-eating serpent back in the day. But humans don't really taste that good, and nowadays it would cause far too much trouble, which I would prefer to avoid. By the way, my lady, if you were able to bring your soup here, couldn't your boyfriend have brought his to eat here as well? I mean, he probably didn't have another thermos. That must be it, I'm sure.
We've gone off track. Down to the issue at hand. You're concerned about the murdered corpse you found in your swamp recently, aren't you?
Yes, I cannot fathom why that woman came all the way to my swamp to dispose of the body. So I'd like to hear an explanation that I can be satisfied with.
About a month ago, on April 23rd, just past 2 p.m., two hikers who were out picking mountain vegetables found a man's body floating here at Sukuna Swamp. Because he'd been stabbed in the chest with a sharp knife, they ruled it a murder. However, Despite having a few days passing since he was murdered, and him having no cell phone or ID on his person, they identified him immediately. Hiro Yoshihara, 35 years old. He worked for a large construction firm. Eventually, a 30-year-old woman was arrested as a suspect. Aoi Tanio.
I admit it was me.
They got a confession from her. While many unanswered questions remain, they're mostly working on gathering evidence right now. That means it's pretty much an open and shut case for the time being. I assume she threw the body into the swamp to hide it, or to perhaps stall its eventual discovery?
Nay! It was not to hide the body. I just happened to see her as she dumped it in. That woman did indeed do something so spiteful as to throw that corpse into this swamp whose waters I drink from. But there are times when animal corpses float in it, as well as humans who throw trash into it. So I have the Ayakashi that live in these mountains clean the swamp regularly. Which is fine and all, but something's still amiss about all of this. The woman didn't put anything on the body to weigh it down when she threw it in. So the corpse rose to the top and was discovered quickly. Above all, at that moment, I clearly heard the woman say this.
I hope with all my heart that they find you.
Despite taking the time and effort to dispose of the corpse here, she talked about how she wanted his body to be found.
At first glance, it seems like her actions don't really make much sense at all.
Yes, I don't understand it.
It must be difficult for a woman to push a wheelbarrow with a body in it up a mountain at night. The police doubted that part, so they asked her about it. Why did you bother carting his dead body all the way up there to that swamp? And that's when the suspect, Aoi Tanio, told them.
There's a huge serpent that's living in that swamp, and I've heard that sometimes it eats people. I thought if I dumped the body there, the serpent would eat it.
It was a rather irrational confession, so it even appeared in newspapers.
Yes, I too saw that confession.
Aoi Tanio's family home is right at the base of this mountain. It could be she actually believed the legend she heard as a child about a man-eating serpent in the swamp, and in a desperate attempt, she brought the corpse all the way up here to get rid of it. Of course, that's not the case. She actually brought the body up here with the intention of hiding it. She wasn't trying to bury it or let it sink down into the swamp. She wanted to give it to you to devour it.
Well then, what about what that woman said when she dumped the body?
She didn't mean it like, I brought it all the way up here so I hope someone will find it. It was really quite the opposite. What she meant was that she hoped you would find the body first and deal with it for her.
Nay! Even if I had found the body, there was no guarantee that I'd eat it. If the woman really wished to dispose of the body, she would have said something along the lines of, I truly hope it eats you.
For being so huge, this guardian gets hung up on little details.
This brings up another question. Why did that woman give the police a false confession?
Oh man, this is going to take a while. Well, in all likelihood, to conceal the real reason she dumped the body here.
I would like to hear an answer I can be satisfied with.
Let's go back over the details of this case. Despite your wisdom, we need to make sure there aren't any discrepancies. It all started 5 years ago. Aoi Tanio had a boyfriend. It was a serious relationship with a young man named Yoshikazu Machi. But he died in the arms of a different woman, who was his co-worker, in what looked like a double suicide. Machi worked in the accounting department of a large construction firm, but after he died, it came to light that he'd messed with some numbers and embezzled a large sum of money. Machi realized he wouldn't be able to hide the fact that he had embezzled the money, so he convinced the woman to die with him, or at least, that was what everyone believed. Aoi was deeply hurt by this, and came back to her family home at the base of Mount Sukuna. She lived as a shut-in for about 2 years, but she eventually found a job near home, and began to gradually get back on her feet again. And it was right around that time. April 21st of this year, a Friday night, 7:30. Hiro Yoshihara showed up at Aoi's house.
I'm sorry for what I did 5 years ago.
Yoshihara was a co-worker of Machi's, so Aoi knew his name and face.
I embezzled the money, and I'm the one who killed Machi. Machi and that woman realized what I had done. They said they'd make it public unless I confessed. That's why I killed them.
Hiro Yoshihara's plan went accordingly. He got away with the embezzlement, and it said that he was living a decent life afterwards. But starting this year, he was met with a series of misfortunes. He made a mistake at work that cost millions. An accident killed his wife and child. On top of that, they found a malignant tumor growing in his body. A series of unfortunate events. Yoshihara thought this was happening because of what he had done 5 years prior. So he visited Aoi in the mountains to repent for his crimes. He thought if he showed remorse now, he could escape his fateful punishment. And that he might at least get away with his life.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
And that pretty much sums up Aoi Tanio's confession. Apparently, Yoshihara had also contacted Machi's younger brother beforehand, asking if they could meet up soon regarding what had happened 5 years ago. Machi's brother was at work at the time, so he couldn't talk to him in detail. That probably prompted Yoshihara to go see Aoi first. As the investigation went on, the embezzlement and supposed double suicide came back to light. They also learned that Aoi Tanio, who's connected to the case, lived at the base of the mountain where the corpse was found and made the connection.
Yoshihara was about my size, and his body had already wasted away due to his illness, so it wasn't that much trouble to get him up the mountain.
The next day, Saturday the 22nd, no one came to the swamp, possibly because it rained that day. So the body wasn't discovered until 2 days later on the 23rd.
I figured the serpent wouldn't want to eat the man's wallet or his cell phone, so I decided to remove them. Then I burned his ID at home, and I threw the knife into the swamp with the body. But it did not eat the corpse.
The police have been coming to the swamp quite often during the day ever since it happened. It would seem they're looking for the knife that killed him.
I'm sure they'd have a tough time finding it here. About the suspect, did she throw anything in the swamp? I mean, aside from the body?
I'm not certain.
Sadly, the information I can get is limited, so I'll just have to use my imagination to fill in some of the blank spots. But I still believe the suspect dumped the body into the swamp for a very simple reason.
A simple reason?
That's right. In cases like this, it's often done to protect the real killer. Hiroo Yoshihara had contacted Aoi Tanio beforehand, saying that he'd like to come see her. He was from a dark part of her past. I doubt she'd agree to see him alone.
That is a good point.
No one would suspect anything if she had someone with her when Yoshihara came over. Oh, I know. I think Machi's younger brother would be a perfect example. Yoshihara told Machi's brother on the phone that he had also contacted Machi's former girlfriend. He might have had a bad feeling about that and contacted Aoi. After learning the truth of his brother's murder, he impulsively killed Yoshihara. But he still had a future. On the other hand, Aoi had been living as a shut-in and had very little to lose. That's why she decided she would protect him. After sending the real killer away, she decided to dump the corpse at the swamp in the mountains. There are 3 reasons for this. The first, to let the swamp water wash off any traces of the true killer that may have ended up on the corpse. The second, to give the true killer an alibi.
But then, why did the woman say, "I hope with all my heart that they find you"? I don't understand.
Like I said, there's a third reason why she dumped the body here. Aoi Tanio tried to get rid of any trace of the true killer at her house. If she carefully cleaned every inch of her home, that could be possible. But what about outside the house? There's no telling what traces Machi's brother could have left behind. And that's the main reason why Aoi chose to bring the corpse to your swamp.
What do you mean?
What else? She wished for rain and the rain came.
Oh.
You were known as a water god and received prayers for rain in the past, didn't you? If it started pouring, tire tracks and anything else he might have accidentally dropped would just get washed away.
A moment, please. I was regarded as a water god a very long time ago. Besides, dropping a body into the swamp as an offering is unheard of. And did they really think they'd be blessed with rain by throwing in the corpse of a filthy middle-aged man? If they wanted to give me an offering, it should have been a beautiful living girl. Give me a girl as a sacrifice!
Guardian, there are usually two types of rain rituals someone can try. The first option is to pray to a water god and have them choose to grant your wish. That's the orthodox method. But there is also the opposite method of making the water god absolutely furious, so that they go on a rampage and make it rain.
Oh, I do believe I've heard that somewhere before.
And it appears that you were indeed enraged, wouldn't you say?
Goodness me. Now I remember it actually did rain the next day.
So this would explain why you heard her say she wished he'd be found. Aoi Tanio wanted you to find Yoshihara's corpse and go completely berserk. That's why she let, I hope with all my heart that they find you, slip out without thinking.
Nay! That explanation is still lacking. In that case, wouldn't she have said, I really hope it pours down? Or, I really hope the giant serpent finds him and becomes enraged?
Why, of course.
Ugh.
If somebody not involved in any way had been visiting here by car, they would have witnessed what she was doing. The police would investigate that too, to see if there might have been another killer, or accomplices.
You seem to deny your own claims rather readily.
That's why the only suspect is Aoi Tanio. Most of what she confessed to the police about what happened is true. I think the only thing that's different is her reasoning for dumping the corpse in this swamp. So you came!
So that is my lady's boyfriend. How terrifying!
I'm your boyfriend now?
I'm so glad you could make it.
Why don't you tell him that I'm not really your boyfriend?
We can have our lovers' quarrel later. Right now, we have to resolve any lingering questions he has.
Yes, precisely, my lady.
And how are you planning to do that?
I mean, if you were listening this whole time, you should have come out sooner.
My lady. So what is the real reason the suspect threw the corpse into my beloved swamp? My lady, so what is the actual reason the suspect threw the man's corpse into this swamp?
Simple. It was so Aoi Tanio could have the police track down something she wanted found. She had previously tossed something away in this swamp, and after murdering Hiro Yoshihara, she decided it was time to try and retrieve it. But it was going to be an impossible task for her to find what she had thrown in the swamp all on her own. That's why she decided to get the police to help her look. If she told them she had dumped the murder weapon here, there's a good chance the police would have searched the swamp.
Then what about the thing she whispered?
It wasn't the murdered body she wanted them to find. It was something she had tossed into the swamp before. Though she tossed it in quite a while ago, so there was no guarantee it would be found. That's why she was unable to stop herself from uttering a little prayer.
I hope with all my heart that they find you.
And that was the whisper that you overheard that day.
Didn't need to go through the trouble of bringing the corpse out here. She could have just said the weapon was in the swamp.
But that brings up some inconsistencies in the story. To carry out her plan, Aoi Tanio needed the police to find out about the incident, believe that she was the culprit and arrest her, and hear her confess that she threw the murder weapon into the swamp. So first, how would she get the police to find out about the incident?
Someone would have to have discovered the victim's body.
Yes, that's precisely it, Kuro. And how would she go about making sure that that really happened?
Well...
Confess immediately? I don't think so, most certainly not. The fact she threw the weapon into the swamp would mean she was trying to conceal the crime.
And a suspect like that wouldn't admit to their crimes.
Exactly. Many hikers come through here every day, so the body would have been found quickly. And she mentioned during her interrogation that she wanted the giant serpent to eat the body. That alone should cause the police to question her sanity and work harder on the investigation to discover the truth behind what happened.
All right. So what is that woman trying to get them to find? What do you believe she threw into the swamp long ago?
I'm sure it was something that had to do with her former boyfriend, the late Yoshikazu Machi. I'm sure she must have resented him after the incident 5 years ago. But this was all set up by Hiro Yoshihara. She found out her boyfriend was innocent. It can be presumed that she deeply regretted the fact she doubted him.
I see. It makes sense that she would want to get rid of any reminders of the man who betrayed her. But now she was trying to retrieve it. Isn't this all rather dramatic, just to reclaim a single item she'd long ago thrown away?
Totally. After what happened with her boyfriend, she made the decision to return home after living all by herself in the city. She probably got rid of a lot of things during the move. Like the stuff related to her boyfriend. Even if she had kept a couple of pictures and presents, she could have just thrown them in the trash or burned them.
Then what are you implying that she threw into the swamp?
Something important. Perhaps it was a baby she had with her boyfriend. Shortly after the unexpected death of her boyfriend Machi, and then her subsequent move back into her family home, Aoi came to the realization that she was pregnant with his child. Not knowing the truth at the time, she saw it as the child of the man who betrayed her. Though the child was blameless, Aoi likely still wondered what she should do. But then one day, she ended up having a miscarriage at home, and the fetal corpse ended up in her hands. How would she dispose of it? She brought it here. And then last month, she found out the truth about her boyfriend's death, and regretted her actions even more. She felt she should try to find the fetus, and give it a proper burial. That's why she came up with the plan to have the police dredge through the swamp.
So with their help, that woman's dead infant would eventually be found?
No, I don't think so.
Huh?
Well, you said it yourself earlier. That you asked the Ayakashi to regularly clean your swamp.
Oh.
It's most likely that her baby sank into the swamp about 4 years ago. So the mountain Ayakashi probably pulled it out a long time ago. Aoi Tanio tossed a tiny corpse into the swamp years ago. I'm sure she came up these mountains alone one night so that she wouldn't be found. That's what drove her to think of disposing of the man's body at night in the same fashion, like before. By throwing that new corpse into the swamp, she wanted to retrieve the precious little corpse she had lost. This theory doesn't contradict anything you said, and seems the most plausible.
Humans truly concoct and commit such horrendous acts.
Indeed they do.
I'd say you're also terrifying, my lady, but there's something even more. Oh, how absolutely frightful!
Was that deduction really true? That stuff about her baby?
What I do know is that everything Aoi Tanio told the police was definitely not a lie, and apparently she really did want the Guardian to eat Yoshihara's corpse. Before meeting with the Guardian, I sent a ghost to check in on Aoi Tanio in her holding cell.
Did the serpent not find the body, or was it not interested?
And the ghost heard her say that.
So you knew that, and lined up one lie after another.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Even still, my explanation made sense and seemed completely reasonable, for the most part. However, there's really no guarantee that the suspect would act rationally. The Guardian of the Swamp had said that if the woman wanted them to eat the corpse to make it disappear, she would have just said so. But Aoi knew nothing would start until they found the body, which is why she whispered that. I believe that is all quite possible. This may be going too far, but there is also the possibility that the Guardian misheard what Aoi Tanio whispered. If so, that would completely destroy the original premise.
And a great yokai who's as renowned as the Guardian would never admit to mishearing someone.
Uh-huh. That's why I use some of my wisdom to navigate the problem.
I think I understand your powers now. But with all of that aside, you really should be more cautious about the danger you put yourself in.
And I wouldn't ever have to worry about stuff like that if you would just stay by my side.
You never mentioned helping you exterminate yokai as a condition for going out with you.
Interesting. You finally admit we're dating then.
No, I didn't. So yeah, the new girl at work is a total super hottie. And bonus points, man, they were freaking huge! What? What am I talking about? Her boobs! They're huge.
Hey, Yumihara.
Yes?
The other day, when I invited you out for some yakiniku, you declined, saying that eating beef reminds you of an ex-boyfriend you had a nasty falling out with, and it makes you feel sick to your stomach. If so, why are you eating the Kalbi lunch right now?
I realized I shouldn't let the past hold me back, so I'm doing everything I can to get over it.
I see. Well, when you do, tell me. I'll be sure to invite you out again. Oh, I've been meaning to ask. You handled the river wreck the other day, right?
That's right.
Well, the report says the young man thought he saw a puppy jump out in front of him, so he panicked and drove through the guardrail and then into the river. But I heard he had a different story to tell at first.
He'd just been pulled from the river when he said that. He was in a state of hysteria. Once he'd calmed down, he confirmed that was not actually the case.
But it's true that this college student initially told you that a girl wielding a steel beam about 2 meters long, who was wearing a flashy, frilly red and black dress, and a huge bow in her hair, but who somehow had no face, suddenly appeared in front of his car, so he panicked and swerved off the road. He said that?
He did.
Then why did you use the statement regarding the puppy?
Because it doesn't matter if it was a puppy or a ghost that popped out.
But they are pretty different.
Detective Terada. Are you looking for Steel Lady Nanase? Steel Lady Nanase?
You've never heard of her? Heard of Karine Nanase?
Oh, isn't she... She's the idol who died at the beginning of the year? I remember hearing the media was abuzz about some unsavory rumors.
Yeah, that's right. And to get away from the crazy paparazzi, she holed up in a hotel right here in Makurazaka City. But then she died when a steel beam from a nearby construction site fell on her. I heard she had a huge wreck, but there are rumors swirling round about her again.
What, like you mean it was suicide?
No. It seems... She appears every night in Makurazaka City. She's even wearing her idol outfit. And now she wields the steel beam that crushed her. The frightening, faceless ghost of Karine Nanase.
And what do you think about all that?
I thought it wasn't the best idea to put any stories about ghosts in writing.
That's not the point I'm talking about. I want to know what your gut tells you. Tell me, do you honestly think that there's a ghost or a monster named Steel Lady Nanase out there?
The college student's terrified face, the tire tracks and the guardrail that was busted through. And... that eerie feeling in the air. All of those things were real. I do believe that the college student really saw something on the road that shouldn't have been there.
At police call boxes all around the city, many people are claiming that they have witnessed or were nearly attacked by someone resembling Steel Lady Nanase.
They're reporting at police boxes?
The officers on site are shrugging it off by saying they were all just seeing things. But ever since the middle of last month, there have been cases involving random attacks and assault attempts that have been on the rise throughout the city.
Detective Terada, do you honestly believe that Steel Lady Nanase actually exists and is attacking people?
Oh. Hey, come on now. I'm just trying to clarify. Don't make me sound crazy. Of course I don't believe in ghosts. I'm sure this is the work of the living.
If someone truly is appearing in various locations around town dressed like that, it seems like a lot of trouble for a mere prankster or kidnapper to go through.
That's the part that bugs me too. If it's necessary to go through all that trouble to do this, there must be a significant reason or objective behind these actions. Something that's not just a prank, but an actual crime. These reports first started happening within the city over the past 2 weeks. We started seeing more information on the internet around then too. We've had from when the rumors started spreading until 2 weeks ago to prepare. And more recently, they finally started making their move. A police officer taking rumors like this seriously. Looks kind of bad. But something's definitely going on. As of right now, the suburbs have suddenly become a hotbed of activity for organized crime, meaning somebody should definitely keep an eye out.
Detective Terada thinks the emergence of Steel Lady Nanase is foreshadowing a much larger crime. But Steel Lady Nanase is definitely real. She's a real ghost that has nothing to do with some other crime or plot. No matter what may happen in the future, the police won't be able to deal with her.
If you'd be willing to help out, I'd appreciate it.
Detective Terada, please try to remember this. There is still the possibility that yokai and ghosts exist in this world.
Hmm? Really, Yumihara? You believe in stuff like that?
Well, I haven't seen any ghosts, but I have seen yokai before.
What are you talking about?
If you don't believe it's possible that there are beings that surpass all logic and reasoning in this world, you'll be blindsided one day. I'm sure there's no point in saying this, because I didn't believe that was the case. I ended up having to break it off with my ex.
So was your ex a yokai or ghost or something?
Excuse me.
Hey, Yumihara! Looks like you weren't kidding when you said you feel sick. Can I get you some water?
No, I'm fine, thank you. As I was saying, Detective Terada, there are beings that surpass our logic and reasoning. I'm just telling you to be careful.
All right, I got it. At least I get that it sounds like you were in a complicated relationship.
Well, it just ended up becoming complicated.
Well, take care. I'm counting on you.
Oh, Kuro!
Humans are so terrifying. You will consume anything, and you are willing to mix with anything. They end up creating monsters like you. How terrifying!
That monster happened to be my fiancé, and there'd come a day when I'd have to consider how I could stay with him. Kuro, you...
Look, Saki.
I wonder why I can imagine it. Since then, the world that I once believed in became warped, and the more I lived my life in fear, the more I could sense the presence of those creatures. I wonder how long this life of gloom is going to continue. Even this hill that I climb every day makes me worry. A girl? Are you all right?
Yes, this is nothing compared to being deflowered.
Why in the world would you bring up such an awkward example at a time like this?
I mean, it was the most painful experience of my entire life. Can you blame me? See, Daisy.
Kids these days come up with some bizarre jokes. Is she a child? Wait, how old is she?
I don't really know who you are, lady, but I thank you very much.
She's rather petite and cute, but what's this strange presence I sense from her?
I realized that you were kind enough to save me. Now please listen to my advice and run away.
Run from what? Steel Lady Nanase!
Please get going. Your eyes aren't playing tricks on you. She's exactly what she seems to be. A type of creature that's often referred to as a yokai.
I can sense it. That presence is totally real.
Those giant knockers are real as well.
Is that really relevant right now? Enough running. I'm done with this. I ran away from the Kappa, ran away from Kuro, and I'm living a life of depression because of it. I'm through letting these things rule my life. I'm sick of it. All this absurdity. I'm going to be done with it tonight! This is illogical.
This is why I told you to run away! She ran away. I've got to rethink. I can't beat that thing with brute force.
I don't know what's going on. She just kicked a ghost. Who in the world is she?
Huh?
Wait, is she not human either?
It's a prosthetic. It's fine. It's built to come off if it gets overburdened. If it doesn't, I could harm myself even more from it staying on.
How'd you make contact with that thing when my hand went right through it? Are you a yokai as well?
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm kind of somewhere in between, I suppose. Whoever you are, I can definitely tell that you're a brave soul. Please forget everything you saw today. I'll take care of Steel Lady Nanase in the not-too-distant future. That's the whole reason I came here. I'd rather not bother getting the police involved, so I ask you to not tell anyone about me either.
Huh? You can tell me more at the station. It's just at the bottom of the hill.
No way!
Your leg might be okay, but I'm sure you have bruises and cuts everywhere. I'll treat them for you. Don't worry, I don't plan to get a statement from you or try to contact your family. But there are a series of incidents the police think Steel Lady Nanase is responsible for, so I can't just let this go.
An officer with the traffic division, Saki Yumihara. Are you actually that Saki?
Oh, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Your hair is shorter, and you seem to have lost weight. Yeah, that's why I didn't realize it. I never would have saved you if I knew you were you! I mean, I wouldn't just let that thing kill you, but really...
Explain so I can understand. It seems like you know me, but I don't really recall us ever meeting before.
We have met once before, but this is the first time we've properly greeted each other. My name is Kotoko Iwanaga. I'm Kuro Sakuragawa's current girlfriend. Delighted! Wow. Talk about a lack of personality.
So how old are you?
I just turned 19. And at present, I'm going to the same university that you and Kuro both attended. I met you once a long time ago when you were at the university hospital.
The university hospital?
I guess I can't blame you for not remembering. It was over 4 years ago.
What you said earlier was a lie, right? That you're Kuro's girlfriend. I mean, you're not Kuro's type in the slightest.
Since someone who was his type dumped him so cruelly, it makes sense that he might seek out the complete opposite.
I heard that Kuro's cousin in the hospital had passed away. So maybe he talked to this girl in desperation and now he just can't get rid of her.
You think you really know it all, but behold how happy we look as a couple in this photo!
Kuro clearly isn't happy in this picture. He looks bored.
It's just because he's shy.
That lie won't work on someone who dated him as long as I did. So, how is Kuro anyway?
He's still studying at the university. Since he's not getting married to you, there really isn't a need for him to rush to get a job anymore.
He had always talked about heading on to graduate school. Our plans for marriage were included in that.
And yet the two of you didn't get married. You did run away from your fiancé after all.
Well, what could I do? The possibility of him not being human had never crossed my mind. It was all too much.
Of course, you're not wrong in your appraisal. Kuro seems perfectly human to the untrained eye, but likely cannot be classified that way. But I'm in a similar situation too. So that makes us the perfect match, don't you think?
Similar, you say? So what are you?
Yokai, Ayakashi, and specters, they all look to me as their goddess of wisdom. Think of me as a priestess who mediates their conflicts and works on solutions to their problems.
I don't think a priestess can be deflowered.
More importantly, Steel Lady Nanase is the issue at hand. Has the police department already started an investigation?
One of our detectives noticed something strange going on in the city, so he's looking into it.
Are there any damage reports?
It's only a matter of time until we see them. That Steel Lady Nanase was far more violent than I'd heard about. If we don't do anything, she might commit a murder soon.
Yes, have to say I'm afraid of that too. We need to deal with her threat immediately.
Whether it's a yokai or urban legend, has there ever been an incident serious enough to call for police action? Hard to believe that something so uncertain, so vague, could actually cause an incident. But Steel Lady Nanase is different.
A quite astute observation. Proper monsters tend to be rather modest in public and try not to draw any attention. But there's nothing proper about her. That's why the respectable ghosts and monsters that have resided in the area for quite some time have been living in fear and came to ask me for my help, even if it meant traveling hundreds of kilometers.
By the way, why didn't Kuro make the trip with you? Since the yokai are afraid of him, he'd be pretty useful right now. And besides, he's not the type of person to let someone he cares about go yokai hunting on their own.
I planned to finish quickly and head straight home, so I didn't see the need to invite him.
But the way you are, you'd invite him like it was a vacation.
Yes, well, that's because he contracted a highly infectious disease.
Why do you look away when you say that?
May I have some more coffee?
Answer me first.
Yeah, okay. The truth is, Kuro disappeared last week and I can't get a hold of him. He hasn't replied to the voicemails I left him. Here, this was the last message he sent me.
No, seriously, Kuro does not like you.
Like I said, Kuro just isn't very good at expressing his feelings.
I told you lies like that wouldn't work with me.
I'm the only one fit to be with that big idiot. Why is he acting like this?
Back when Kuro and I were dating, he never even once ignored any of my phone calls or text messages.
Oh.
He was always right there by my side whenever I needed him to be.
You have some nerve bragging when all it took was a little cop-out to scare you off.
Well, I'm just worried about Kuro because you're clearly some kind of stalker.
There's no reason for a woman who severed all ties to Kuro to be worried about him.
That's right. This has nothing to do with me now. But it's unlike him. To go a week without contacting you? Definitely weird.
Well, yeah. Still, though, it's not like I don't have any leads at all. Besides, he won't actually die even if you kill him. It's likely that whoever tries to kill him will be in for a really big disappointment. Barring something awful, he'll just come back to life.
So she knows about Kuro's condition, too. And she stays with him despite that fact. She's doing what I couldn't do. I guess she really does deeply care about him.
I promise to do whatever I can to solve the Steel Lady Nanase situation, but if you bump into her again, I suggest you run away while it's still an option.
That monster is ferocious. It's risky to take it on in your state. I mean, your eye. It's fake, right?
Ah, so you did notice that. One eye and one leg. This is what makes me so close to the gods, as well as the Ayakashi. Which is also the reason that I'll be perfectly fine. Well then, thanks for the cup of coffee. Oh, if you would like me to, I'm happy to send you an invitation whenever Kuro and I tie the knot.
Don't bother!
I never would have imagined I'd run into Saki. How random. But I doubt I'll ever see her again. My, such a lovely view. Shall we go now? I wonder, where will Steel Lady Nanase appear next in Makurazaka City?
Kari Nanase. The idol, real name Haruko Nanase, wasn't particularly famous. Though her fame grew because of how she died. Most people didn't know about her before. She was discovered in June at the age of 17.
Those melons are superb! Their glory can't go unnoticed!
Sir, please stop. You can't blurt that out.
You're a fool if you think my chest is all I've got going for me.
Oh, so vivacious! The total package!
She was scouted by the president of a talent agency. She struggled in the beginning, but a year after her debut.
Hey, I landed you a new job. It's a main role in a late-night drama.
What? 完全燃烧しようラララ防犯ベルの一種ですわに背中のタンク純情な乙女のたしなみですだって命を差し出す覚悟ギリだって当然お持ちでしょうごめんねトリガーをほら引いちゃった箸あちちら痛みメララが大変も全部分け合いたいな一緒にお願い叶えて石油をあなたの油田を焼き畑に丸焦げで天草一歩残さないお願いいいでしょ大熱愛は裸になめることあぶり尽くして火炎羽ばしゃきて完全熱射をしよう
Offers to be on TV and radio started pouring in. She was praised for her beauty, quick wit, and skilled speech. She passed the entrance exam to a renowned university in a single try, which also made headlines. Looking only at her history, you could consider her life a success, but she never amounted to more than an idol with a cult following. But her luck also brought misfortune. Some held a grudge against her, so we're left to ask, what were the events that led to Kari Nanase's untimely death, and brought the Steel Lady into this world? There's a whole site about her? What? In June of the year she turned 19, when her idol career was on the rise, Karin's father died. He fell down the steps to his apartment. It was ruled an accident, and nothing about it seemed suspicious at the time.
In honor of my father, I'm going to keep working hard.
However, near the end of November that same year, suspicions suddenly began to arise about his death. There were rumors Kari Nanase resented her father because he quit work when she got famous, so she killed him and made it look like an accident. There was also a large life insurance policy covering him. Her father had begun complaining to his friend a month before his fall down the stairs.
That girl's made a damn fool of me. She's always rubbed how smart she is in my face.
A note hinting at his suspicion that his daughter was trying to kill him was discovered 5 months after his demise. That story made the rounds online, and it wasn't long before the tabloids and gossip papers picked it up.
How dare they publish this ludicrous article? Some other agency must have spread these rumors. I'll sue their asses for libel.
Wait, but sir, a lawsuit only exacerbates things. The wise move is to let it quiet down. You should go rest somewhere far away. I know you have what it takes to get through a trial like this.
You don't need to tell me what I already know. I will be back soon enough, so just do your job and find me my next one.
And so, Kari Nanase went on hiatus, jumping from one hotel to another, staying one step ahead of the paparazzi. In late January, she found herself in Makurazaka City, with no idea that she'd die a few days later, not far from her hotel. Detective Terada, do you think it's completely unfathomable that Steel Lady Nanase could actually be a ghost?
And here we go again.
After taking a look at Nanase's history, it could make sense for her to reappear as a ghost.
Suspicions that she was behind her father's death were never cleared up, and those who spread the rumors refused to take responsibility. I'm sure Kari Nanase was doing whatever she could to get her name out there. I think I get it. How she'd come back as a vengeful spirit just to attack society as a whole. I think I can believe that much.
Yes, of course. I realize the existence of ghosts seems far-fetched.
I don't deny they exist. Things like spirits, I believe in them enough to go visit my relatives' grave sites at least once a year. But her, something's just different. Like she seems artificial. People saying she's wearing a miniskirt, or is missing part of her face, or swinging a steel beam. That all just sounds like stuff the society that drove Kari Nanase to an early death would be excited to hear about. If she truly came back to become a vengeful spirit, it seems strange that she'd be dressed that way. That means there must be something else, something hiding in the shadows, other than an idol's will.
He's right. If the Steel Lady's supposed to be a vengeful spirit, logically she probably wouldn't be pandering to the masses. But Steel Lady Nanase is a vengeful spirit. But sadly, at this point, it's nearly impossible to convince Detective Terada of that.
That's not all. The possibility does exist that her accidental death may have actually been a murder, and that's what caused the Steel Lady Nanase incidents to begin.
Right. Yes, of course.
The investigation files. If you'd look through them for me and just explain the important parts to me later, that would be extremely helpful.
Right.
I'm completely lost about what to do. Normally, I'd just be able to talk to the ghosts. Even if they didn't have a face, we could still communicate. It goes without saying, those who are powerful enough to kill people have to possess a certain amount of intelligence. But that's not the case with Steel Lady Nanase. She's supposed to be a ghost. But I sensed no will or ability to think, and she didn't respond to my voice. A grudge, evil thoughts, vindictive feelings. Those should power her existence, but I don't sense them in her either. It's almost as if she's an empty puppet. Her very existence is enough to terrify all of the yokai in Makurazaka City out of ever going near her. I really wish I had more useful information to work with. This illustration looks exactly like what I encountered yesterday. Between all the eyewitnesses and knowing what the living Kari Nanase looked like, I'm sure something similar could be drawn. But is it possible to draw something this accurate? This illustration looks like it was done by someone who saw Steel Lady Nanase personally. Except, it's actually the opposite. If that's true, it's going to be much more difficult to defeat her. First things first, I need more info. All the information they have online is a jumbled mess. I want accurate references, everything regarding Kari Nanase's death from a reliable source, which means the police. The last thing I want is to ask Saki for a favor.
The body of Kari Nanase was found on Saturday, January 30th. The location was a construction site that was near her hotel. She was found by an old man who lived between the hotel she was staying at and the construction site.
The night before I discovered the young lady's body, I thought I heard something like a steel beam falling. It was really raining hard that day, so I thought that might have caused something to fall apart. I went to check the next morning. And as I figured, some steel beams had fallen.
The steel beam that had killed her was about 3 to 5 meters long, and the body's face and head had been shattered. Her face was unrecognizable, and dental records wouldn't help. Everything was crushed from the neck up. The police found her cell phone, wallet, and university ID, which led them to believe that it was Haruko Nanase. Her fingerprints from the hotel room matched those on her personal belongings. They declared the body was in fact Kari Nanase's. The estimated time of death was between midnight and 1 a.m. on the 30th, which also matches the time the old man heard the noise. The police continued their investigation with the possibilities of an accident, murder, or suicide, but officially it was ruled an accident. Normally, they would have come to a conclusion much faster. Perhaps it's because this was the bizarre death of an idol, but they're taking their time and putting a lot of work into the investigation. Probably because the department's reputation's on the line. But there's one thing that's bugging me. Karin's older sister, and the statement she made. She...
I'm terribly sorry to disturb you so late! I cannot blame your ladyship for being surprised by my visit! Allow me to introduce myself! I'm the tree spirit known as Genichiro! I have come before you tonight on orders from Our Lady of One Eye and One Leg!
Our Lady of One Eye and One Leg? It must be her!
Yay!
I beg of you, please do not be violent with me. I come to you in peace. And besides, I am nothing more than an old and frail tree
Please stop.
spirit.
There's no reason for a spirit to fear me. And could you please keep it down?
But my lady told me that you had rather violent and brutal tendencies, and that I should be careful and mind my manners.
I'm punching that brat the next time I see her. Okay, so what does she want with me?
It's in regards to the Steel Lady Nanase situation. She wanted to humbly request your assistance in the matter.
She needs my help?
If you cannot offer any assistance, then from now on, prepare for every night to be just like this. The tree spirits Genjiro, Genzaburo, Genshiro, and so on will come asking for your assistance just as I have tonight.
How many of you are there? This is basically just bullying me.
Well, according to my lady, she wants to learn everything there is to know about the life and especially the death of the human entertainer known as Kari Nanase, so she can figure out how to defeat Steel Lady Nanase. As for why she wanted to know, she'd like to meet with you and tell you herself.
She's also wondering about what led to Kari Nanase's death. All right then. Where do I go?
Thank you for waiting. Here's your seafood yakisoba.
I wonder if Saki will actually show up. Even if she were to help me out, I wonder if she'll be able to provide me with any files. Not bad at all.
My lady? Steel Lady Nanase just showed up.
Where at?
The 3-Chome bus stop in Makurazaka.
She's close. Once Saki gets here, please tell her to either wait for my return here or go to where Steel Lady Nanase has appeared. But make sure that she gives it a little time.
Okay.
Oh, And Saki just adores children. She'd love to dote on you. Plus, I'm sure she wouldn't mind if you touched her butt or squished a boob or two.
All right!
Her face will be priceless. But, most importantly, we can't let any civilians get attacked. It's impossible for me to try covering the whole city. But since she appeared close by, I need to do something. It's her! Oh no, she's attacking someone. Is that Kuro? What on earth is Kuro doing here? The way he moves is so clumsy. He has little to no experience in sports or martial arts, and yet he looks completely unfazed taking on a monster like that. That kind of approach is so utterly Kuro. I figured something like this might happen, but right now, the timing of this couldn't be worse.
Hey, you! What the hell is the big idea? Your monster summons me and then you bail on our meeting? Not to mention that pervy ghost you left behind?
Why couldn't you have just waited at the restaurant?
Say something! Hurry, we have to save him!
Let things play out. He will be fine. For what it's worth, I'm sure he's even prepared to have his head smashed in at least once.
Huh? Kuro! But why is Kuro here?
Get too close and you might get caught in the middle. Let's just watch for a bit.
But it looks like he could go down at any moment. He's tripping over his own feet.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like Steel Lady Nanase is that much stronger than he is. It should be simple. Especially if Kuro's willing to take a steel beam to the face. Even if he's close to death, he'll be able to get right back up in no time at all, due to the immortality he gained by eating mermaid flesh. What's the matter? Is this the first time you've seen Kuro die?
Of course it is.
Really? Then why'd you break up with him?
I saw a cut on his hand heal up immediately. I watched his severed fingers grow back. And when it happened, he acted like there was nothing strange about it at all.
Well, that's to be expected with an immortal. A man in perfect health. Couldn't she just accept what a great husband he'd have made? That she'd never have to worry about him being injured or sick? No. The way she's acting now, I guess not.
Is it so strange to suddenly feel scared at the thought of becoming family with someone like that? Am I not allowed to reconsider that marriage? Dozens of his relatives have died of strange illnesses or unusual causes. Kuro's the only one of them who's living a decent life.
Oh, looks like Kuro's coming to and back in action.
If he gets that close, she'll kill him again. He stopped just out of range of the steel beam's arc. Kuro and Steel Lady Nanase look like they're following a choreographed routine. Everything seems calculated. I can't believe that he grabbed her so easily.
Well, Steel Lady Nanase is just wildly swinging the steel beam without thinking. The possibility of something like this happening is actually rather high. And if the odds are good enough that something will happen, it's not at all difficult for Kuro to set that future in stone. That's another one of Kuro's capabilities. The powers of the Prophet Beast, the Kudon, whose flesh he ate as well. The power to determine the future. He said he'd never gotten the chance to tell Saki everything. About the secrets of the Sakuragawas. It all started about 10 generations before Kuro was born, with the head of the Sakuragawa family at that time.
If your liver is faulty, consume the liver of a creature with a powerful one. If your eyes give out, devour the eyes of a creature with great vision. Then it follows, if you ate the flesh of a Kudon, you could acquire its prophetic powers. If I could look unhindered into the future, I could gain an unlimited amount of wealth.
The Kudon. A yokai with the head of a human and the body of a cow. It can speak the language of men, and once it predicts the future, it dies. Occasionally, it would predict good futures such as good harvest or a windfall. But most of its predictions would be misfortunes, and they were always accurate. He got his hands on Kudon meat and fed it to several in his household. Some died instantly after having a bad reaction to the meat. Some died after being bedridden for a month, and others died after they predicted the future. They say those predictions turned out to be totally accurate. The head of the clan continued his experiment. But even those who obtained the yokai's ability to see the future died immediately. Just like the Kudon.
I'm so close. I'm so close, and yet now. Damn it!
And then he realized, those with the ability to predict the future simply needed to have immortal bodies. That's when he started having those of his line consume mermaid flesh along with the meat from the Kudon. Yet still, the number of victims skyrocketed. And the experiment he sacrificed so much for never worked. Time passed by, and such nightmarish experiments were eventually forgotten. Until...
Kuro! Huh? Grandmother! Your dinner is waiting for you. Okay. We are grateful. Brother! What's... Grandmother, the others, they're all... They think the food has made them sick. Yes, and you, Kuro, you feel completely fine, do you, my dear? Any fever or nausea? No, I'm fine. It's come true, at long last.
His grandmother was still chasing her ancestor's dream. She had been secretly gathering Kudon meat and mermaid flesh.
Grandmother, all the others are really suffering. Please help. Let's see. I'd love to know what the weather will be like tomorrow. Huh? You should be able to tell me that much, Kuro. I need you to die once and go see the future.
And then his grandmother, in her madness, tried various experiments, testing if he was immortal and if he could predict the future. She cut up his body and mortally wounded him frequently, until he nearly stopped feeling pain almost altogether.
Kuro. There are a lot of fireflies by the river out back. Want to come watch them with me?
Sure.
Well, come along. Something wrong?
It's nothing at all.
The dream of the Sakuragawas had finally come true, but the abilities obtained were slightly different from what they had hoped for. And while he's technically human, he became something inhuman. The way he does something like that with no hesitation is one of his charms.
I'm not looking for a boyfriend who can snap a ghost's neck.
Now this is the real question. Will this actually be the end of Steel Lady Nanase? Why am I not surprised? This means we only have one option left on the table. All right, Kuro, that's enough. We're going to need a new strategy to defeat Steel Lady Nanase.
Saki, what are you doing here of all places?
I work as a police officer for the city. And what is it that brings you here, Kuro?
Oh, well,
Obviously, if your darling girlfriend asks you to show up, you'll show up even if it means fighting a monster, right?
something like that. Though I had no idea you'd be here, Saki.
Running into you is a surprise for me as well.
I, for one, had no intention of letting you see each other.
You mean to tell me she actually is your girlfriend?
Yes, this weirdo really is my girlfriend.
Excuse me, Kuro? Why do you sound like you hate it?
Because you're frustrating as hell. I'm sorry, Saki. I'm pretty sure Iwanaga caused you some trouble.
FYI, Kuro, I actually saved Saki, I will have you know. I don't deserve this kind of treatment.
Just say you're sorry. There is no way you didn't cause any trouble.
Oh, it's all right. I'm sure we both caused each other a little trouble. What we should be worried about right now is Steel Lady Nanase. So anyway, it's good to see you, Kuro.
Yeah, it's good to see you too, Saki.
Let's get out of here now. Lingering in the light of a vending machine for too long is depressing. We're not moths, you know. I knew I shouldn't have let these two bump into each other.
How did I let this happen? It's not like we could have talked about this at the restaurant. And I was scared to go home alone. But still.
Kuro, are you staring at your ex-girlfriend from behind while your current girlfriend is sitting right next to you?
You're delusional.
I saw you. Oh, she's lost some weight. I hope she's been eating right. I wonder if she looks like skin and bones now because of me. Wow, her hips look really nice though. I can tell that's what you were thinking.
Quite impressive. That's exactly what I was just thinking. Saki is beautiful.
You jerk! How dare you admit that so quickly? And how dare you take that kind of attitude after leaving your poor girlfriend alone for an entire week? Why didn't you reply to any of the messages I sent you?
Oh, those were from you? I thought they were all spam messages.
At least look at me!
You two get along great.
Of course we do. Just so you know, we're usually way more lovey-dovey.
Saki, I'm curious. Are you still unable to eat fish or beef?
I've been working on it and can eat some. But my job is why I lost weight.
I'm sorry.
No, Kuro, this isn't your fault. We broke up without straightening things out. I thought I'd be more shaken up if I saw him. I wonder if the reason I'm staying calm is because of her.
Well, so anyway, back to the matter at hand.
That said, she's still pretty intolerable. Yes, you are right. So, Kuro, were you really fighting Steel Lady Nanase on direct orders from Iwanaga?
Oh, I did come to Makurazaka City because she asked me to, but I just happened to run into Steel Lady Nanase. When I got to the station, a goblin cat that had been attacked by Steel Lady Nanase asked for help. Most of these creatures would usually go out of their way to avoid running into me, but after spending so much time with Iwanaga, they started to see me as someone they could rely on, in place of their one-eyed, one-legged lady. The yokai sought me out and started asking for my help as well. There was no time to contact Iwanaga beforehand, so I went to where Steel Lady Nanase appeared by myself.
Oh, well, that sounds nice. Maybe the Kappa won't run away from you next time you see him then.
Them coming to me all the time isn't much better. But that said, Steel Lady Nanase wasn't afraid when she saw me.
Well, to yokai, Kuro does look like a horrifying, evil, jumbled mess of a creature. That's an unsightly mix of a human, mermaid, and kudon to any non-humans unfortunate enough to look upon him. It makes sense they'd be scared. Basically, even the monsters consider him a monster.
So tell me, Iwanaga, if Steel Lady Nanase didn't react to Kuro that way, what does that make her?
She's a monster.
I could see that. I'll rephrase. Is she something that we can defeat?
She is. The reason that I wanted to meet with you tonight was to discuss that. Steel Lady Nanase is different from a normal specter. She was created from the delusions and desires of modern-day humans. A monster of the imagination. I hadn't planned to tell her everything, but at this point, I'll tell her as much of the truth as I can so she can start to comprehend how vastly different our world is from the one she lives in every day. I'll show her how radically different we are from what she knows. That's the best plan. The traditional yokai, monsters, specters, mononoke, and beasts from urban legends, the ones we're familiar with, have monsters of the imagination. It may all start off as something trivial. Like somebody says, a super creepy pale lady wearing a mask came up to me, but she was so frightening I just ran away. That's how the story would start.
And then what happens?
But the story on its own isn't very interesting, so... When I took a closer look, I realized her mouth was split open under the mask. I got so scared I ran away, and she came running after me as fast as she could.
Whoa, that's super creepy!
And now a lie has been added to the story. And before long, that story starts to spread.
A pale woman wearing a mask.
Asked, do you think I'm pretty?
But under the mask, her mouth was...
But under the mask, her mouth was...
For now, this is all still just a story. It only becomes a problem when this fiction is given a name. The Slit-Mouthed Woman. They give that story a single name, which manages to generally describe what it ends up looking like. That weaves together all the various strands of vague rumors, finally solidifying them into a uniform image. At first it was just make-believe, but now that the fiction has a name and a shape, it implants itself into the minds of thousands, tens of thousands, perhaps even millions of people's minds, which in turn gives it flesh and blood, turning it into something real. People's imaginations manage to create a monster.
Do you honestly expect anyone to believe this happens every day?
You ask that after seeing a kappa and a ghost? Under normal circumstances, monsters of the imagination are nothing to be afraid of. Their popularity wanes, and even if they gain a form, it's weak, and usually they disappear soon afterward. The Slit-Mouthed Woman disappeared, as did the human-faced dog.
In that case, Steel Lady Nanase seems rather different from the other monsters of the imagination. This monster's been given the name Steel Lady Nanase, and yet she's so powerful.
Yes, precisely. How did this thing manage to gain a form less than a year after Kari Nanase's death, and then become as powerful as it is? There is in fact a way to make that possible. Usually these monster rumors take time to spread. So what can spread these ideas instantly, where countless eyes can see them?
Only certain media outlets even bothered reporting the accident. Seems like it was only really popular on the internet.
Right. The culprit is the internet. The internet can relay information all around the world in an instant, and billions of people have access to it. And it's able to gather and consolidate an immeasurable amount of varying ideas in one place.
In one place? I see, like that Steel Lady Nanase wiki page I found.
So you know of it. That'll definitely make this easier. That site is the reason her name and description are so well defined, and why it spread at such an alarming rate. And with the illustration of her on the top page of the wiki, that gave her a form that's difficult to attain from rumors alone, defining her look in an instant. That drawing of her, you remember? Don't you think the Steel Lady on that page looked like the one we saw down to the finest detail?
Now that you mention it, yes. So what?
Do you think it's possible to illustrate a specter made up entirely of rumors? And to do so precisely without eyewitnesses? That's quite improbable. Thus the opposite happened.
How so?
The image in that drawing wasn't modeled after the ghost, but because so many people saw that illustration, they imagined Steel Lady Nanase actually looked like that, so it was the form the spirit took. It's backwards. The wiki wasn't created because there was an actual ghost. Instead, the ghost was born because the wiki was created. You could call this website the true source of the Steel Lady Nanase phenomenon.
It has its own wiki site.
Monsters of the imagination only exist and survive through people's ideation. So long as people keep fantasizing about the Steel Lady, she will remain immortal. Even if we cut off her head, she'll just keep coming back. Her life comes not from within her, but from the desires of others. Steel Lady Nanase doesn't have the ability to think. She's an automaton that continues moving in the way people expect her to. This makes her completely different from your traditional yokai and ghosts.
Iwanaga. Huh? Then how do we defeat her? Steel Lady Nanase is bound to kill someone soon. I've never seen a monster of the imagination grow to this extent. I dove into the wiki page, but it seems like they're somehow making her even more violent.
Precisely why we'll have to use this site to our advantage in order to bring her down. If she's become immortal because of everyone's imagination, we'll just have to conquer that imagination. Saki, this is where your abilities as a police officer will come in handy.
You're saying you want me to get the police to shut the website down?
Not at all. It isn't very realistic to shut down a personal website without a valid reason.
Then what do you want from me?
Information. I need you to get me valid information on Kari Nanase's death. We craft a story, one plausible and interesting enough to surpass the rumors. Steel Lady Nanase is a ghost, as well as a monster of the imagination created from that story. To find a way past that, we'll overwrite this part of the story and convince people to think that she's something people made up, and not actually a ghost. If the people who believed in Steel Lady Nanase's existence believed the revised story, then Steel Lady Nanase would lose her vitality and cease to exist.
A story where the ghost doesn't exist. So you plan to apply a rational explanation to an urban legend and prove that it was a lie? Impossible. Once a rumor starts spreading, it doesn't matter if there's a rational explanation. Not everyone will accept it. If the rumor seems more believable, then lies can replace the truth, regardless of whether there are discrepancies.
That's correct. The truth isn't always the strongest approach. But Steel Lady Nanase is also the truth. Which is why I'm going to use rational fiction to counteract her. I'll post something on the forums more appealing than the standard Steel Lady Nanase is a ghost. A statement that suggests that the stories about Steel Lady Nanase are all fiction and should be forgotten.
Rational fiction?
Ghosts don't exist. Therefore, Steel Lady Nanase doesn't exist either. No one's interested in a story that resolves like that. It's the hopes and fears people have that make her existence more interesting to them. The Steel Lady exists, but is a monster of the imagination. She'll vanish if people stop thinking about her. Telling that truth produces the same result. In fact, there'll be more people writing that they hope she exists, because that's far more interesting. But even if it is a lie, if we can manage to create a story that's more interesting than the false specter, people will flock to it instead. Though many people really do believe in spirits, they also wholeheartedly wish that such terrifying things didn't exist. These desires coexist on opposing vectors, so we can easily flip their direction.
Alright, that makes sense. But still, since you sympathize with specters, the idea of you trying to prove that they actually don't exist is basically fraud.
Yes, that's true. It's a hoax. But there's no other way to exterminate this monster. Let's discuss something a bit more realistic. In order to convince the forum posters that Steel Lady Nanase isn't a real-life ghost, there are two problems we need to address. First, we have to explain who's causing all of these attacks that have been happening all around Makurazaka City. Second, we have to be able to explain why they're doing something like this. We offer a new solution that will realistically explain these two factors. We will bind Steel Lady Nanase in rational fiction. I need accurate information to make this plan happen. If I were to write something using just the information about her that's available online, and later someone points out there is an error, suddenly our solution sounds less credible. And that's the reason why I need information from the police, especially concerning Kari Nanase's death.
You're asking an officer to leak personal...
What's this? I thought this might prove more difficult since you're an officer in the traffic division, but you already have documents on Kari Nanase right here.
Hey, give that back! Hey, Kuro! What is with this girl?
I tried warning you yesterday, didn't I? I told you not to get involved with the Steel Lady. But seeing how you have documents on her, I'm sure you can't let Steel Lady Nanase go either.
As I told you yesterday, a detective I know believes Steel Lady Nanase is part of a larger incident and is investigating...
Then we have the same goal. And that's exactly why I need these. Saki, Will you help me out here?
I'm fine with helping you gather some more information. But what about the perpetrator? Even if you're going to make up some rational story, we don't have a suspect we can arrest. And I'm not at all comfortable with the idea of framing someone either.
I'll figure out a way that we can avoid all of that. Our ultimate goal here is to offer a story more appealing than the truth. That there's some ghost out there actually causing all of these incidents. So in the long run, it doesn't matter if we can't pinpoint a suspect, because Steel Lady Nanase was deliberately made up by someone online. We just need people to believe that solution.
What you're saying is it doesn't matter if the police can solve this or not. As long as the people who believe in Steel Lady Nanase are convinced by something that makes sense to them, we win. Is that about it?
That's correct.
That seems a bit harsh.
Compared to a fake solution that relies on a police investigation and going to trial, it seems less difficult.
I guess I can at least reveal everything I'm allowed to. I suggest we start with an outline and go back over any questions or doubts. Kari Nanase was suspected of killing her father, and the media was after her, so she hid in Makurazaka City. Her body was discovered on January 30th of this year, just after 8 in the morning. One of the first questions in the investigation was what Kari Nanase was even doing there. She was found at a vacant construction site for a future condo. That's a very unlikely place for a 19-year-old girl to visit. And after midnight, it was pouring, so there was really no one around in the area. It was rather unusual for her to be out in that rainy weather so late.
The only plausible explanation is that someone must have called her out there to meet with her.
Indeed, and according to the reports I've read, there were cigarettes next to her.
There was an umbrella and 5 cigarette butts. And inside her coat pocket, they also found a lighter and an open pack of cigarettes. Kari Nanase was a minor, so she wouldn't legally be allowed to smoke. The police suspect that she came over here with the intention to smoke without being bothered or noticed by anyone.
Kari Nanase was called there to meet with someone, and smoked while waiting for them to show up. Of course, it's also possible that the person she met with was already waiting there, and they were the one who was smoking.
That wasn't completely ruled out, but it was pouring down the whole night, so even if someone else was there, any footprints would have been washed away. But if someone was trying to get a hold of her, you'd think we'd find a record of them trying to call her phone. But all they found in her phone history were messages between her and her manager. Even early on in the investigation, police were trying to rule this as an accident. Steel beams suddenly falling, killing her instantly would be the easiest and most rational explanation. But if that's truly the case, some other problems begin to arise.
Like what?
The fact that there was no sign of her trying to defend herself as the steel beams came falling down on her face.
If a steel beam was about to fall on you, even if it was hopeless, you would try to move, or at least instinctively try to brace or defend yourself somehow. But there was no sign of that, so it's also debatable that she might have allowed herself to get crushed.
Yeah, that's a good point.
There was also a theory that if it actually was a murder, the perp could have hit her hard enough to knock her unconscious, laid her into position, and then pushed the beams onto her. But Kari Nanase was on the run from the media, and was a suspect in the death of her own father. They thought she might be at her wit's end. It seemed likely that she was feeling desperate. So if steel beams had fallen on her around that time, it wouldn't be surprising if she was too out of it to react. That seemed more likely, so the theory about someone knocking her out was discarded.
Okay, Kari Nanase was tired of running from the media and had even contemplated suicide. The steel beams fell on her amid all that, and she just couldn't be bothered to avoid getting crushed. A possible explanation.
Other investigators came to that same conclusion. In the end, even though the police officially ruled Kari Nanase's death to be an accident, considering the situation, there was an unofficial conclusion that this accidental death could have also been a suicide. Her older sister, Hatsumi Nanase, the person most likely to have a motive to kill her, had an alibi. There were no other likely suspects, so police came to a conclusion a month after her body was found.
Her own sister had a reason to kill her?
That's right. She'd been telling others that her sister was responsible for their father's death. If Kari Nanase were to die, her entire estate would be given to Hatsumi. In other words, Karin's death would have been convenient. Even now, among all the questions surrounding Kari Nanase's death, the biggest one is her sister, Hatsumi. But during the investigation, She was the only person who denied the theory that her sister was in fact suicidal and wanted another answer.
It's strange that she'd take issue with the police concluding that her sister's death was all an accident. You'd think an older sister suspected of murder would want the case to get wrapped up quickly.
And yet, it bothers me how she was convinced that if her sister were to die, it wouldn't be like that.
So, Iwanaga, you want to tell us what actually happened?
What do you mean, Kuro?
The way things usually go, you probably already know what happened.
I'm glad you've gotten to know me so well. But I didn't use my usual methods this time. There were far too many people around, so I couldn't go to the crime scene. So, why don't we head over right now?
Go where?
We're going to go find a witness.
Why in the world did you bring me here? It's been over 6 months since the body of Kari Nanase was found. What's the point in coming to the scene of the crime now?
Right, you won't find anything, which also means no one will be watching. And that means it's an opportune time for those who aren't human to come forth. All right, let's take a look, shall we?
She won't be satisfied unless she does all this.
It's a holy priestess's dance.
And priestesses draw magic circles now?
Didn't you see how cool it was?
Who were you trying to show off to?
Well, naturally, for the one who's about to be summoned forth.
You guys are so loud. What are you doing here this late at night?
And we're lucky enough to run into a human spirit. This should be easy.
Oh, is it you? The lady of one eye and one leg? The Ayakashi all around town have been talking about you. So that means that he's the creature that's part Kudon and part mermaid?
Yes, he's part human, too.
How disturbing.
So, out of curiosity, have you been here for a while?
Yes, ma'am, ever since I died at this site last year.
So you would have been here when it occurred. The accident happened in late January. One in which a 19-year-old girl was killed.
Oh, do you mean Kari Nanase?
So you know of her, then?
Well, after all, I witnessed the moment that she met her end. That night in the rain, she was all alone. The poor girl seemed terribly depressed. And then... Hey, look out! She didn't even bother trying to dodge the steel beams. It happened so quickly, it was basically suicide. If only I were faster or stronger, I might have been able to redirect them.
Now, there's no reason for you to feel responsible. And this clarifies the truth of what we were looking for. The city's police are efficient. It was an accidental death bordering on suicide. Case closed.
No, hold on! Is this really a good way to investigate? There were no deductions!
We have an unrelated third-party eyewitness. What could be better for relaying the events that transpired?
So you didn't even need to confirm the police investigation in the first place, did you? You could have found out everything by asking ghosts and yokai.
It's important to know the truth, but it's perhaps equally important to see what is generally regarded as the truth by the world at large and what conclusions stem from it. That's how those on the internet who fantasize about Steel Lady Nanase formulate their ideas and function. I won't be using anything beyond what's available to them, and even if there's information that's not the truth, but is believed as the truth, I'll use that as well. I am the goddess of wisdom. To create this fiction, I'll need to make it sound more convincing, and I'll use any means necessary.
That's our lady! I'll use this frustration to do my best too! By the time this building is finished, I'll be strong enough to be a guardian spirit!
All of this is starting to feel pretty reckless. Even if the conclusion you post on the forum is well written and is able to draw people's attention to it, in the end, whether people accept it or not is going to depend entirely on luck, isn't it? The problem is, people aren't always logical. Many people would be impressed that something mystical had been resolved, but there are others who want to believe in ghosts. Will these lies be able to hold up even when we can't be sure what that balance is?
But that's also the reason why monsters of the imagination aren't so easily created. We can't know if a lot of people will believe it or not unless we give it a try. Our chances against the already spread rumors of Steel Lady Nanase aren't going to be the best. But every major rumor is at least believable to some extent, isn't it? Besides, we have our secret weapon, Kuro. If there's a possibility that I can produce a somewhat appealing lie that enough netizens will accept, then Kuro will make it an absolute certainty. Well, he didn't eat Kudon meat and survive for nothing, I can tell you that much.
Good night, Saki. See you later.
Yes, have a good night.
Right. See you later.
So, Kuro, did you get a hotel in the area?
Not yet. I hadn't quite gotten that far.
I thought that might be the case, so I made sure I'm staying in a room with a double bed.
I'm pretty sure I saw a business hotel by the station.
Why do you refuse to sleep with me?
This isn't really the time for that. Iwanaga,
Huh?
do you know what kind of solution you're going to create?
I have to explain why the perpetrator takes Kari Nanase's form and attacks people. I could come up with countless motives, of course, but if you're asking whether or not it'll be impactful enough to draw attention, it's hard to say. Linking it up with the past incident and polishing the narrative into more of a tearjerker might give the new rendition wider appeal.
Not exactly something realistic, but a version that seems more like a story.
Yes, the world is full of harsh truths every single day, and no one finds them desirable. And after that, it'll all be up to you, Kuro.
Yeah, I'll go get the future that goes along with your solution. I'll die as many times as I need to for you. There's not just a single future. When you look into the future from the present, it splits, changes, and spreads out into different paths. There are pathways to a variety of futures, and any of those futures are possible. And the moment you choose a path and move forward, all the branches behind you disappear, and the past becomes one path to the past and infinite futures. The future's always unknown and undecided.
But wouldn't that make telling the future pretty much impossible? If the future splits infinitely, there would be no way to find a single destination. And yet, the Kudon can make predictions without fail. Why the contradiction?
The Kudon doesn't make predictions by looking into the future. The Kudon is able to whittle those infinite splits into a single future. It has the power to determine which future will occur and what destination awaits.
So that's the true power of the Prophet Beast Kudon? What a terrifying ability.
In order to use that power, the Kudon loses its life. It searches through the endless amounts of futures and ultimately decides on one, so its life force probably burns out. However, it can't determine any kind of future, nor can they use it to their advantage.
What are the limitations?
Well, if I'm not prepared to die, I can't see the splits in the future to choose from.
Perhaps the Kudon doesn't die because it states its prophecy, but is able to state its prophecy because it's preparing to die.
Then I guess, glimpsing into the future is a privilege for those about to die.
You talk like it doesn't apply to you.
Well, I can return to life. Also, I can only choose futures that have a high chance of occurring. If we're talking about a year into the future, there are too many variables. I wouldn't know which to choose. And if the probability of that future happening is too low, the branch is far away and difficult to grasp.
This all sounds like a pain.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Kuro, there's something I wanted to report to you today.
Report?
That's right. I received my letter of acceptance.
Hey, fantastic.
We'll be going to the same university in the spring. Pretty cool, right? So, Kuro, when Steel Lady Nanase killed you earlier, were you not able to find a future in which she can be destroyed?
If there was one, then I wasn't able to reach it. There were too many pathways. I didn't have time to sort through them. Finding the best future to defeat that thing and coming back to life took everything out of me.
Though you didn't actually defeat her, you always think you can solve everything on your own.
Yeah, look who's talking. I can come back to life, but if you die, that's it.
You leave me alone for a whole week, and now you act like you're my guardian? Back then, Kuro died once, determined a future, and came back like nothing had happened. But even after all that, he couldn't determine a future where he was able to defeat Steel Lady Nanase. That was a potential future outside of Kuro's grasp. That's why it's my job to make it something obtainable. If I can at least set up an opportunity, we can defeat Steel Lady Nanase, and Kuro will make that opportunity a reality.
So, you haven't told Saki about her, have you?
Nope, I didn't say a single word.
Well, that's good. It hasn't been determined that she's actually involved in any of this.
So hey, why didn't you try using your power over the future to choose a path where you and Saki didn't break up?
If I can do that, I'm going to grab a future where it's okay for me to break up with you.
Wait, what are you trying to say? That's so mean! Why are you always like this?
Don't worry. It's not like I think I can get back with Saki. I imagine she feels the same way.
I don't overly appreciate the two of you agreeing like that either.
Oh, so what exactly do you want me to say?
To passionately tell me that you'll make me happy no matter what. What's so funny? Kuro's attachments to the people in his life can seem rather weak. So weak, I can see him leaving me one day and seeing it as a favor. He's such a pain. Why can't you ever be true to your feelings? Even just once. Let's head to the hotel. Once you're through the park, turn right.
Yeah, sure.
I need to think. If a victim turns up now, creating the solution will become exponentially more difficult. It's okay. I'm sure Steel Lady Nanase won't be able to kill anyone yet, so we still have a chance. As long as no one approaches her, nothing should happen tonight.
I'm a detective. What are you doing out here so late and dressed like that? Like the rumor said, a woman without a face, wearing a red dress and carrying a steel beam. Is that special effects makeup? It's pretty well done. Is she charging me? Then I have no choice! What? What just happened?
The victim's entire head had been smashed in by a blunt object. It was so bad that we couldn't identify his face or match any dental records. But we're certain that the victim is Sergeant Tokunosuke Terada. We're still unsure why Detective Terada went to an abandoned gas station by himself in the middle of the night. On his cell phone, we found some personal text messages exchanged between the two of you. The estimated time of death was today between the hours of 2 and 3 a.m. Where were you, and what were you doing?
I was at home, alone. Body of a man thought to be an officer of the Makurazaka City Police Department was found around 6 a.m. It was reported that a body with its face smashed in was found at an abandoned gas station along the freeway.
You okay?
Chief, Yes, sir, though a little stunned.
Detective Terada seemed really happy lately because he was hitting it off with you. There's a high likelihood he was killed due to a grudge incurred on the job. Suffice it to say, other officers are being questioned about their interactions with Detective Terada, just as you were. The Makurazaka Police Department staff are the ones being questioned first. By the way, Yumihara, is it true that Detective Terada was investigating Steel Lady Nanase?
Yes, I mentioned it during my interrogation when I was asked. The investigating detective already knew. Wait, has the media gotten that info?
No, it hasn't been leaked yet. But there are people who are trying to connect the incident with Detective Terada to Steel Lady Nanase, since his face was smashed in during a late-night encounter. Apparently, that's making some people believe it was Steel Lady Nanase. Talk about a sick joke.
Yes, it is quite irresponsible. Inventing rumors about somebody's death like that.
Just have a hard time believing that Detective Terada, of all people, was beaten to death. What could have possibly happened?
If only I would have been more reliable. I should have done a better job warning him.
This isn't your fault, Yumihara.
But still, it feels like Of course, there's no trace of a fight, or of him struggling, or of the suspect. Because he was killed by Steel Lady Nanase. I can't help but feel that I was too cold to him. After all, I had only just recently learned his first name.
That's not your fault. Detective Terada hated that name. Said it was too old-fashioned and meek. He hated being called it. Most people never knew it.
The police won't be able to capture the real culprit. Neither Steel Lady Nanase nor the imaginations of the people that created her. The case will likely go unsolved. The only ones who can defeat that monster are those who know the truth and have the power to do something about it.
Right after the news this morning, the internet went wild with the story that Steel Lady Nanase had finally killed someone, and a cop at that. Even a few TV personalities are saying this death is connected with Kari Nanase's. This went national instantly. The posts have been multiplying exponentially. I'm tired. I can't remember the last time it rained. I miss the comfort of the bench at the hospital. It was so quiet, yet so freeing. I want to drift to sleep there as I listen to the sound of the falling rain. It'd be even better if Kuro was right by my side.
Iwanaga. Time for a break. Have some. Keep your blood sugar up.
It's a bit lackluster. Just enough to make me hungry.
That's what you say after being given high-quality chocolates?
That snark is rich from the person who's staying at the same hotel as me, yet got a separate room. Aren't you supposed to be my boyfriend?
Look, I did that because I wanted you to get some actual sleep, okay?
How about you don't let me sleep?
Early to bed, early to rise is the key to good health.
Did an immortal just try to talk to me about health?
What's up?
Nothing, just thinking.
Have you made any progress with your research on the wiki?
Well, things have definitely taken a turn since the incident this morning. The vast majority of the comment section believes that this is the work of Steel Lady Nanase. If you do a search for the victim's name, you can see that he was even an Olympic candidate in judo. But someone like him being beaten to death with no signs of a struggle sounds so bizarre, it's easy to think Steel Lady Nanase's to blame. People are spouting off theories and rumors concerning Detective Terada's death. Then there's the net creeps going on about Kari Nanase's boobs.
That makes a lot of sense. Her chest was incredibly bouncy.
What, did you touch them? Or did you try to squeeze them when you were holding on to her?
I wasn't thinking about that at the time.
You definitely could have if you chose a future where you brushed against them. You had the opportunity!
If I cared so much about big boobs, I never would have dated you or Saki.
You may have yearned for something different, just once in your life. You might have wanted to manhandle those exceptionally choice mounds of fat. Ugh! Can you swear to Amaterasu that you didn't have such pervy thoughts cross your dirty mind?
This is starting to sound like you're projecting.
Ugh. Let's get back on topic. At this point, it's hard to dismiss Steel Lady Nanase as being nothing more than a mere rumor. People are now more inclined to believe it was a ghost. It was already happening before now. Ever since the rumors of Steel Lady Nanase began, the idea that this was a ghost, and that it was harassing people, were well received. The scales are tipping too far toward one side. Look, Kuro, I'm going to be blunt.
Go on.
I think that Rika is heavily intertwined with this case. In truth, I think she's at its core.
I knew that, but I can't defend her now that someone's dead.
I'm sorry for running late.
Are you okay, Saki?
I'm fine, thank you. There's no doubt, is there? The Steel Lady caused Detective Terada's death.
Correct. And Ayakashi, who saw the incident as it happened, came to see me this morning. He gave me an eyewitness account.
I see. This may be a stupid question to ask, but will Detective Terada be a ghost wandering this world?
Well, it's not as though everybody who dies just becomes a ghost and roams. If he doesn't, that's preferred. They're better off not being left to wander.
Of course. I guess it was a stupid question. Regardless, this isn't good.
True. We would have been far better off if the culprit was anyone other than Steel Lady Nanase.
They say the victim's face was smashed in. Could it be?
While people were stirring over the fact that this might have been an actual murder by Steel Lady Nanase.
Wait, now they're saying that his death might have been an accident?
If that had spread instead, this would have been confirmed as a rumor and toned everything down. At the same time, the threat of Steel Lady Nanase would have weakened, and her popularity would have waned. Then we could use Kuro's ability to find a more favorable future, and discover a way to destroy Steel Lady Nanase once and for all. After I heard about what happened to Detective Terada, to be honest, I was hoping things would turn out that way. Steel Lady Nanase was behind his death. If the police are pursuing this incident as a murder case, they're going to need to get more consistent information, making things more difficult. But now, the bigger problem is the fact that Steel Lady Nanase has instantly become a more violent entity. Since she has now gone past scaring people and has actually committed a murder, Steel Lady Nanase is now something more violent that pursues her victims until they're dead. At this rate, there will no doubt be another victim tonight. Huh? The worst case scenario? It might not just be one or two. There could be multiple victims.
No, that can't be.
This is now being talked about nationally. The fantasies are expanding in an extreme way, causing the monster to grow in an instant. TV show research teams are trying to verify information on her, and fanatics of the occult may even start flooding into the city. If any of those groups happen to run into Steel Lady Nanase, they'll be slaughtered.
Lots of places have security cameras. If they capture footage and it ends up being leaked, more people will learn about her, making her existence even stronger. And from that point on, logical fiction would be useless.
What are we supposed to do? If that happens, then how can people still wish for the existence of Steel Lady Nanase?
They probably won't wish for it. But at that point, too many people will fear Steel Lady Nanase as an actual ghost, not just an urban legend. Despite denying her existence, they'll also be praying that she never crosses their path. There's no way to tell what kind of power that ghost is about to get.
This is messed up. Has the truth always been so paper thin you can rip it apart?
I wouldn't say paper thin, but you're correct to believe that it can be ripped to pieces. It's exactly why someone out there has to protect that truth. This'll decide everything. Huh? We have to defeat Steel Lady Nanase, and we have to do it tonight.
You want to do it by tonight? But there's no time left at all.
Saki, I need information. In order to create logical fiction to take the ghost down, I will need the truth at all times. So there weren't any traces of drugs or alcohol in Detective Terada's system.
Right. They weren't able to find out anything useful from his body. Thank you.
It's just starting to sound more and more like Kari Nanase's death. The media hasn't said anything about drugs or alcohol in his system either. And on the internet, they seem to be amused by the fact that he was killed in such an unusual and unique way.
Because that seems more like Steel Lady Nanase?
Right. Because how do you hope to win a fight against a ghost? They all agree on one thing at least. They'd be helplessly killed too. But if this wasn't really the work of a ghost, how are they able to beat Detective Terada to death without a struggle? Needless to say, finding a way to explain that will be difficult.
But to really defeat Steel Lady Nanase, we need to find a likely culprit other than her.
The fictional culprit can be more than one person, and they don't have to commit the same crime. Surely we can also make it seem like the previous events were unrelated, right?
The issue with that is then we'd have to explain why the culprit wanted to make their crimes seem like something Steel Lady Nanase would be guilty of.
What if Detective Terada's death had nothing to do with Steel Lady Nanase? Maybe the detective had crossed the wrong people, and someone with a grudge killed him. But the way he died seemed like Steel Lady Nanase did it. Do you think that could work? Even if they can't narrow down who did it, if we give a similar explanation, we can distance ourselves from Steel Lady Nanase. And then, all we have to do is explain the motive behind the attack. From there, we give other explanations as to what happened.
Divide each problem into as many parts as possible. It sounds feasible, but it's likely impossible to fully cut her off. People seek dreams in their stories and hope that reality is similar. Knowing it's just a coincidence is more disappointing than the much more grand interpretation that something was fate.
If this was a real incident, and we had the data and deduction skills we need, we could have tracked down the truth by now. But what she's trying to do is conceal the truth and create a new truth. with a manufactured culprit that doesn't even exist. We basically want people to believe and say, of course, that's totally possible. It's not deduction that people are looking for here. They want something else. Yes.
What to do?
This isn't about deductions.
Then I'll just go down the middle.
Which is it?
Why is this so frustrating? Even if we're able to explain everything rationally, the rumors of the Steel Lady create a surprisingly effective explanation of this case for the outside observer. Devising an explanation that's simple and, most importantly, convincing is far more difficult than one would imagine.
Until yesterday, people were wondering who was behind these random attacks. What was their motive? If we create false answers and they gain enough traction, we'd be able to make Steel Lady Nanase disappear. But now, we have a number of things we're going to have to completely fabricate. The first, why did these attacks happen and why were they framed as being committed by Steel Lady Nanase? The second, who actually perpetrated these incidents? The third, why was Detective Terada killed in a way to make it look like Steel Lady Nanase was the culprit? The fourth, why was the detective killed with no sign of resistance? And fifth, who actually murdered Detective Terada? But solving those things still won't be enough. We have to be able to make sure these lies work for us. Without having the person we make into the suspect get arrested. Without bringing great harm or suffering to an innocent person. And we need to make sure this explanation is one most people can agree with. If we can manage all of these things, will we be able to make Steel Lady Nanase disappear? Even though we have an advantage due to Kuro's abilities, this is still a difficult situation.
Iwanaga. If a single solution isn't enough, why don't we try stacking up several? It's not like Steel Lady Nanase was born yesterday. There had to have been some trial and error until she was able to kill someone. Rumors spread, the site was created, posts gained attention, soon it was popular. It's obvious. They must have used various methods to make sure her popularity didn't fade. Otherwise, then, it wouldn't be possible to manifest such a monster so quickly. We aren't limited to one solution to solve everything. You said it yourself earlier. Divide each problem. We'll take steps to shape the reality, the thousands of fantasies, all closer to the solution you want to create. But until that's done, I'll strive to determine the future that's going to happen.
But if you do that, then it means that you'll have to die a whole bunch of times. And yesterday, you said you would.
I guess I did.
She's been breaking down all of the information since yesterday, figuring out how we can use it and what truths we can make into lies. What was still uncertain, what has been absolutely verified, she must have tried over and over. Taking the misshapen blocks that compose our reality, and determining how to create a past that never actually existed. Rather than seeking the truth, she's creating alternative facts, a new ludicrous fiction. And with the pieces aligned, it's about to be completed.
Yes, that's sweet.
You got this?
I think so. I've come up with 4 solutions. Now I'll use them to round out a truth that I want. I will defeat her. Tonight, no matter what it takes. I'm gonna sleep for a bit. Please wake me up before 9 o'clock. Until then, if there's word of Steel Lady Nanase appearing, we can just play it by ear.
Let's go and get some food for Iwanaga, so she can eat when she wakes up. That said, we should probably grab something for us, too.
Right.
We've ordered the yokai and monsters around the city to contact us if they see Steel Lady Nanase. If they see her, I'll head straight to the scene and stop Nanase from getting away. And then, I can fight all night if needed. Which means I can stop her and prevent further victims.
And what if the Steel Lady escapes?
We'll use our intel network to find her again, and I'll stop her.
Sounds like trouble.
And yet it's still the best way. If we hear from them, then I would like to ask you to help me get to the scene. I've already lined up a rental car. Sorry to get you involved in all of this, but can I count on your help?
The last thing I want to see is any more innocent victims. Plus, I need to get over this already. It's been a while? I meant since you started going out with her?
It's been around 2.5 years since we first met.
So right after we broke up?
Well, no. Iwanaga only started talking to me in May, and it's not like we started dating immediately. I never really had any intention of going out with her.
Well, it's not like I have any right to complain about it, but I believe you, I guess. I mean, Iwanaga really is the exact opposite of your type.
Yeah, you're totally right about that.
Yet you two seem to be doing perfectly fine. I think it's good. You really shouldn't keep chasing after Rika anyway.
Saki, why'd you bring up Rika's name?
Well, Kuro, because Rika is 100% your type whether you accept it or not. Rika Sakuragawa, Kuro's cousin who's 3 years older than him. I'd heard rumors that she'd passed away since, but while Kuro and I were still dating, she was a long-term patient at a university hospital. Hospitalized for testing for 3 years?
Well, a lot happened. I didn't visit her that often in high school, but the hospital's so close to the university. I get to go visit her more often now.
Oh, then will you take me up there to meet her sometime?
Sure thing. That sounds nice.
She was a beautiful woman, with the palest skin and a frail body. The first time I met her, I knew instantly this woman must have been Kuro's first love.
She seems nice, Kuro.
This is my girlfriend, Saki Yumihara. We go to the same college.
It's nice to meet you. Well, I'm heading to the cafe downstairs.
Huh?
I think I'm in the way here. I just wanted a chance to say hello, so you can take your time, okay? Excuse me. She's important to Kuro. But she felt off. Like she was somehow silently corrupting those around her. That's how she seemed.
I heard Miss Sakuragawa was taken to the operating room again yesterday.
Really? She tried suicide again?
Even if it was another attempt to take her own life, she's not dead. But I'd say it's doubtful she has very long to live.
She was tying you down and you couldn't see it. But if going out with Iwanaga will help you break free of that, I think it's a good thing despite conflicted feelings.
Look, Saki, I do love Rika, of course, and I might be tied down. But sometimes, I also wish she wasn't around.
Huh? What are you saying? I thought Rika had passed away.
Rika hasn't passed away, no. That simply isn't possible. After all, Rika is my flesh and blood.
Don't tell me she's also like Kuro.
screwed up. I can't believe I messed up so bad. How could I be dumb enough to create time for Kuro and Saki to be alone together? What in the world happened? Why are things so awkward between them now?
Iwanaga. Here, in case you need to refuel. It's about time for Steel Lady Nanase to make her appearance. If I'm here, the Ayakashi that come to tell you about Steel Lady Nanase might get scared away. Saki, I'll be waiting over here by the exit.
Alright, then I guess I'll be waiting for news in the car with Iwanaga.
Someone Saki was friends with has been murdered. And now she and Kuro, who's such a nice guy. They are a man and woman who planned to get married at one point. I was fast asleep in the hotel for about an hour and a half. 90 minutes. You could do a lot in 90 minutes. And I mean a lot, especially when they're young.
Iwanaga, have you ever met Rika by chance?
Oh yeah, I've met her before. The hospital where Rika was admitted was also where I was staying for a time.
I see. So you know that she also ate the flesh of a Kudon and a mermaid.
Kuro mentioned that Rika's condition was something he never wanted Saki to have to worry about. Is she trying to get me to spill something? Oh, very well. Yes, that I know, because Rika is also terrifying to the monsters. Though neither she nor Kuro have told me the details, she was apparently hospitalized long-term so that her body and abilities could be thoroughly examined.
That's what it was? And how is she lately?
Rika had been living in my mansion up until about a month ago.
Huh?
She was discharged rather suddenly at the beginning of the year.
But why would she go to your house?
As his girlfriend, I'd have to be out of my mind to let Rika and Kuro live together. A new director was appointed, and Rika was soon discharged. The political climate of the new administration did not work in her favor. After all, the hospital really didn't know what to do with her in the long run. I'm sure there were many there who were happy to see her go. For whatever reason, perhaps because of that general sense of relief from her leaving, there were rumors that Rika didn't have long to live.
So what do you say? Exciting, huh? How do you feel about leaving the hospital?
Do you think it's wise to say it that way? What if she resists?
Then I'm afraid we'll be left without a choice.
All right, I understand.
Well,
I'd like to thank you for all you've done. I still need to get my things together, so could you call my cousin Kuro?
Rika, given the suddenness of your discharge, have you found a place to stay yet?
Not as of yet.
What?
Do you think I could stay at your place for a while?
No, you can't. My place is really small.
So no? What if I promise to do housework?
What?
Welcome home, Kuro. Your bath is ready, Kuro. Good night, sweet dreams. What's wrong? Did I say something strange?
No, but it's just I only have the one bed.
Well, yeah, you live on your own.
Right, which is why... I've got it! I'll talk to Iwanaga about it. Iwanaga's folks know a lot of people, so they might be able to come up with something.
You don't have to go through all that. If I can't stay with you, I could always sleep in a park.
Hey, Iwanaga, there's something I wanted to run by you.
Oh, Kuro, what's up? It's unusual for you to turn to me for help.
Say.
Hold on. I'll need to charge a consultation fee.
The Goddess of Wisdom is charging for consultations?
Indeed, but depending upon the client, I'd much prefer favors or offerings over cash. Don't worry, I won't ask for much.
But what if the discussion were to involve you as well?
Tell me, where are you right now? The special lecture, the one you wanted to attend at the university, it's happening right now. Yet you've chosen to call me instead, and ask me for a favor of some kind. This is no ordinary matter.
Pardon the interruption.
And that very familiar recording I hear over the phone tells me you're at the hospital right now. Which means that whatever you're about to ask me has to do with Rika. All the more reason I should be allowed to be a bit forceful about this. But don't you worry, Kuro. I wouldn't ask for anything too difficult.
What are your conditions?
You'll let me have the spare key to your apartment.
Don't be stupid.
What's so stupid about your girlfriend asking for the spare key to your apartment? It's not like I'm planning to do anything unacceptable.
Wouldn't it be lovely to have your girlfriend to do your housework and welcome you home each day?
What?
Welcome back home, Kuro. I didn't cut corners preparing your meals or your bed. Bathe together, bathe together. Go sleep, go sleep.
Kuro, I found a nice place to stay.
Huh?
This place here.
Okay, fine. I'll give you my key, so just help me out.
This makes me so happy. After so much waiting, I'm finally your common-law wife.
Yeah, no.
And so I went to the hospital to pick them up immediately, and Rika left the only home she'd known for years. So anyway, we had plenty of vacant rooms available, so we welcomed her into our home. And since she was a mysterious patient who had been in the hospital for half a decade, once she left, rumors spread that she had passed away.
And those rumors were somehow able to make their way to me?
In reality, she was doing rather well. Not only is Rika quite beautiful, but she's also well-mannered, so my aunt welcomed her with open arms.
So what? You mean Rika didn't hate you?
Why do you just have to assume that Rika hated me? I first met Rika when she was still in the hospital.
Kuro, I don't think she's a good match for you.
I agree.
That's cringeworthy.
I know, it was a personal low point. The best part was when Rika scrambled to remedy the situation.
I mean, she's not good for you, but she might not be the worst for you either. You actually made Rika feel bad about something?
Oh yeah, you bet I did. After that, we quickly made up, and occasionally went out, just the two of us. We even threw birthday parties for each other, with cake, of course.
You and Rika?
Happy birthday!
Thank you.
Hooray!
Well, then what is Rika up to now? You said she was at your place until a month ago, right?
We're not sure where she is. A month ago, she told my parents that she had finally found a job and a new place to stay, and she left immediately thereafter. We couldn't contact her on her cell, and the new address and workplace she'd given us were fake.
And what did Kuro do after he heard about it?
Kuro went berserk and pushed me down onto the bed, and used my young body to vent his frustrations.
Answer seriously.
Nothing at first. He just said that Rika probably had something very different in mind. But 2 weeks later, he started trying to get a hold of her repeatedly. Then he sent me a single message before disappearing. So tell me, Saki, what's bothering you? What did you and Kuro talk about at the hotel while I was still sleeping?
It didn't take you long to realize that Rika was behind Steel Lady Nanase. Kuro didn't come to Makurazaka City because you called for him. He was here looking for Rika.
Something must have gotten Kuro and Saki talking about Rika. Well, not like I really care if she found out about it. But that must mean nothing happened between them. Guess I can relax.
Why did you keep that information from me?
Because I still don't have any proof. Even when she was staying over at my place, Rika would mess with the computer a lot, but I never actually looked at what she was doing. I never would have assumed that she was keeping herself busy by creating a wiki page and bringing Steel Lady Nanase to life. And I didn't really know about Steel Lady Nanase until the monsters came to talk to me about her. I only came to the realization that Rika was involved when I was doing some research and saw the picture on the wiki page.
Wait, you mean the picture on the main page?
Yes, precisely. That image was painted in the same style that Rika uses. I'd say it was about a year ago. She suddenly became very serious about painting. Looking back on it now, I believe Rika fully intended to create a monster of the imagination, even back then. In order to consolidate hundreds of thousands of fantasies and give them a shared vision of a monster, name and shape are key. The most effective way to do so would be to illustrate the story. Once it's visualized, everyone would have the same specific image in mind. I'm sure Kari Nanase's accident gave her the perfect material to work with. Karin was an idol in the public eye. She was involved in a dark scandal and died a very dramatic death. Add a ghost to the mix, and it has ample opportunity to evolve into a yokai or an urban legend. There might have already been rumors of the ghost of Kari Nanase appearing in the city she died in, but the one who amplified them and gave them a unified vision was Rika. I'm assuming the one who gave her the name Steel Lady Nanase and made up the accompanying stories was also Rika. Kuro came to this realization as well. While he was trying to track Rika down, he heard rumors about Steel Lady Nanase and sent something. After seeing the picture on Steel Lady Nanase's wiki, he knew for sure and came here. Saki, you're someone who decided to live your entire life seeing only the real world, knowing what lies in the shadows. What will you do now? Kuro probably didn't tell you because he didn't want to get you any further involved in this mess than you already were.
I see. That's because Rika was pulling the strings with the same Kudan ability that Kuro uses, thus allowing Steel Lady Nanase to mature more quickly.
Most likely. Rika may have died over and over again to find the future, where the internet wouldn't stop talking about the Steel Lady, and then Rika resurrected.
But why would she do that? What good comes out of creating a monster that kills indiscriminately?
Rika has the power to determine the future, but it's not as impressive as it sounds. Kuro always says the same thing. He can only choose futures that are available and within the scope of his own talents, potential, and effort, which means he's not all that different from a normal person.
But she successfully created a monster.
She's probably testing her limits, trying to find out just how far she can go with her ability to decide the future. She stacks possibility upon possibility, and chosen future on chosen future. If you take a phenomenon that has a 50-50 chance and make it happen 10 times in a row, you get something that has a probability of 1 in 1,024. You can toss a coin and have it come up heads 10,000 times in a row. Normally, the Steel Lady would have little chance of coming to life, but she's one of those possible variations.
It's not like you can get anywhere by creating a monster.
My lady, that infernal Steel Lady has appeared. Please do allow me to guide you there.
It's just a little goblin cat. There's no reason to be afraid. It's time to go, Saki.
So weird.
We'll have to put Rika's goals aside for now and concentrate on defeating Steel Lady Nanase. Whatever Rika's goal may be, it doesn't change anything. This world is not uncertain. It may be full of yokai, monsters, specters, and demons, but there is a reason that can't be overturned. And it's my sacred duty to protect that.
Tonight. Definitely. It's time. I need to have more.
Counting on you. Best of luck.
Yeah, thanks. You too.
We won't be bothered by anyone here, and Kuro should be able to fight Steel Lady Nanase all night.
Just because he has the power to come back to life doesn't mean I want to watch my boyfriend get killed over and over again. I've just connected to the wiki page. All the posts that had settled down for a while are starting to pick up again. After what happened to the detective, I'm sure people want more information and to provide their own theories.
But if the person managing the site is Rika, couldn't she simply censor what you post? Or even delete it outright?
I really don't think she'd do that. If she censors or deletes any posts concerning doubts about the story, that'll give the impression that the admin has some kind of problem with those types of statements. Which would force many users to believe that these posts are being censored because the ghost doesn't actually exist. That would be disadvantageous for someone who is trying to make Steel Lady Nanase manifest into our reality. So she has no choice but to leave all the posts on the wiki page alone.
Fair enough. At the hotel, you'd mentioned that you came up with 4 solutions. But doesn't it all come down to numbers?
Sometimes that's all you need, for lies to break through the truth and create a new reality altogether. The discussion we're about to start on the Steel Lady Nanase wiki page might resemble a committee to discuss a proposed bill in a parliament, a company's board of directors, or a foundation's board of trustees. The matter being raised for discussion is if the ghost named Steel Lady Nanase truly exists or doesn't. Rika's work has already gained majority support, and she has enough data and a well-grounded argument to support her creation's existence. So will I be able to overturn the majority opinion and win the vote? This is where my true skills start to really shine.
If she's already won over most opinions, won't it be nearly impossible to reverse?
Yes. If this was a normal parliament or board of directors, those with voting rights would have banded together, forming alliances. And there are too many risks in declaring the opposite opinion at the 11th hour. Instead, the ones who have the voting rights in this committee are the people viewing the site. Tens of thousands of people who have almost no relation to each other. Their opinions are everything.
Irresponsible judges who have no idea they're involved. That's scary in and of itself.
Certainly. But if you look at it another way, this assembly bears no responsibility. Nothing will hold them back. Not the law, or justice, or even the truth itself. Even if the solution arrived at is unjust, or simply untrue, we win, as long as the majority of the 10,000 plus site viewers support it. If we present a plausible story that fits with enough of the facts and is interesting enough, the masses will irresponsibly support it, and vote for our side. Which means, with this committee, anything goes. We can obscure and hide the real data, make claims that black is white, as well as present several contradictory answers, so that at a glance, the argument can seem totally reasonable as well as rather entertaining. Then we can transform fiction into fact. We can actually get away with that here. I will stop at nothing to win this battle. And I will pour everything I have into these lies. The committee to conquer Steel Lady Nanase is now in session. I will stop at nothing to win this battle. And I will pour everything I have into these lies. The committee to conquer Steel Lady Nanase is now in session. Does Steel Lady Nanase truly exist? Or is she a fictional being, mere rumor, who is created by someone for a specific reason? Isn't she nothing more than an urban legend? Saki. If you notice a significant change with Kuro, please let me know.
Yeah, all right. He's defended himself against Steel Lady Nanase without getting killed so far.
Until yesterday, all the talk about Steel Lady Nanase was someone said they saw her, or someone said they'd been attacked. Always second-hand accounts. But as of today, there's been a significant change. There was a recent incident where a detective named Harada was killed by someone believed to be Steel Lady Nanase. The place, Makurazaka City. Time, the middle of the night. Despite getting killed by having his face smashed in, there were no signs that the detective resisted. The cause of death was announced as a blow to his face. And so, unless something like Steel Lady Nanase hit Harada in the face with a steel beam, it's hard to believe anyone would die like that. No, that's just what the killer wants you to believe. That sort of thinking is exactly why the killer needed Steel Lady Nanase. In order to murder Detective Terada, the killer created an urban legend and called her Steel Lady Nanase. They made a ghost that has no way of existing, a suspect. Now, let's see how many will latch on. Detective Terada was very good at his job. He always kept an eye on changes within the city. He could almost sense when a crime was going to happen. And he wanted to take action before the incident got out of hand. He was an excellent detective. That's what the killer tried to take advantage of. A small community on the internet was talking about an urban legend from Makurazaka City. By taking advantage of that legend, they committed real crimes and attempted even more. One crime right after the other. The killer dressed up the way Steel Lady Nanase had been perceived and attacked people night after night. They made their steel beam from either wood or styrofoam and padded their chest to help attract attention. With black paint on part of their face, it would probably look smashed in when seen at night. Top it off with a large hair bow. Witnesses wouldn't have time to think it through, so they just assume her face had been smashed in.
But is that even plausible?
Maybe not 100%. I mean, it is a lie, you know. It just needs to be somewhat believable. The killer waited for statements like, "I was attacked by Steel Lady Nanase" to spread. Not just as an online rumor, but in real reports taken to the police. But the police didn't initially take these stories seriously. I'm sure many victims had second thoughts about filing a report. But if incidents like that began occurring all over the city, wouldn't a good detective think something was going on and take action?
Someone could be acting like a monster from an urban legend as part of a much larger plot. And with the work they're putting in, it can't be dismissed as a mere prank. They might actually be planning some crime.
That thought crossed his mind, so he began investigating on his own. This is the exact response that the killer wanted. If Detective Terada started investigating Steel Lady Nanase by himself, they'd easily be able to get the detective alone. Thus, the killer was able to create a time frame where the accomplished detective would be on his own.
Too long. Didn't read this.
What are you basing this on? But Steel Lady Nanase is real.
The only logical explanation is that it really was a ghost.
I say let's hear them out. I'm sure there's got to be some people here who don't believe in ghosts.
The killer at that point made contact with the detective.
This is Terada.
Detective, I was just attacked by Steel Lady Nanase. She ended up running off, but she dropped her weapon and bow. I think they left some footprints behind you may want to check out. But if I'm wrong, I don't want to look like a fool, so please come alone.
That could be all it took for Detective Terada to rush over to the call on his own. And the place he was summoned to ended up being the scene of the crime, the abandoned gas station.
If he'd been called like that, Detective Terada might have really gone to an abandoned gas station.
In the time before Detective Terada showed up, the killer rigged a few things at the abandoned gas station. First, they suspended a massive pendulum from the roof by attaching a rope to a hook on the edge, and secured a weight at the bottom. The weight had to be heavy enough and dense enough that it could crack someone's cranium open with a single swing. The angle of its swing needed to be precise and calculated for the detective's height, which the killer had previously researched. Once they had all that finished, the killer would keep the rope extended, take the end of the pendulum that had the weight on it, and set the weight on the other hook set up further along the roof. However, this hook was attached to a mechanism that could undo it at any time by remote control. Once that hook was disengaged, the weight would come flying down at incredible speed.
This is an insane amount of work just to kill one person.
The killer would have to get Detective Terada to stand in the spot they had previously chosen. But that wouldn't be difficult. The killer could have held something of interest to Detective Terada. If they waited with that in hand at the abandoned gas station, Detective Terada would undoubtedly stop his car near the killer.
Detective, here's the bow that she dropped, and those footprints are just over there. It's a bit dark, so I'll go on ahead and turn on some lights so that you don't trip. Wait here, I'll be right back.
Sure.
And that's probably all it took to get Detective Terada to stand where the killer wanted him to. At that moment, the killer used the remote control, releasing the hook that held the weight. The weight being held by the rope would act as a pendulum, swinging across the dark abandoned gas station to split his head with one blow, as the detective unknowingly stood in its path. There were no residences near the crime scene, and cars rarely drove by, so no one would have noticed the rigged pendulum above. The detective wouldn't see the pendulum set up to kill him until it was already too late.
Yes, I see. Now that better explains the mystery.
This is how a strong and highly skilled detective could be dispatched so easily without signs of a struggle. There was no way he could have predicted that he'd be attacked by a pendulum, cracking his head open without a chance to defend himself. After murdering Detective Terada, the killer puts their setup away. They remove any trace of being there and flee the scene. All that's left after that is to burn the costume they used as Steel Lady Nanase, as well as the rigging for the pendulum.
But the scene is right next to the expressway. There would be no telling when a car could pass by. Wouldn't that alone make this whole convoluted setup for a murder even riskier?
The killer researched the traffic and knew that very few cars pass by during the chosen time period. They experimented with the setup to determine where Terada should stand. They did their research, likely months in advance, to ensure this would work.
The detective died after being struck in the face. Even if it was dark and difficult to see, would the killer really go to the trouble of rigging a pendulum that would hit him in the face?
If they set all this up, wouldn't it be better if they had the detective stand where the weight would be able to strike him from behind? If it was coming from the front, he might see it and try to dodge, or guard his face with his hands.
Precisely. The killer's pendulum setup was originally designed so that the weight would strike the detective from behind, where he wouldn't be able to see it coming. It's entirely possible that Detective Terada could sense that something was coming toward him. The man was an outstanding detective. He might have sensed that the individual was trying to kill him. He could have even heard the hook being released by the remote. That's why he instinctively turned in that direction. But the weight came speeding through the darkness, too quickly to dodge, which explains why he didn't try to protect himself. And that's how Detective Terada was killed by massive trauma to the face by a blunt weapon without a struggle.
You come up with this stuff so fast.
So was the blow to his face accidental, or was it what the killer intended?
It's hard to know one way or another. For the killer to intentionally have hit Detective Terada in the face, they drew his attention towards something. If the killer looked in a certain direction, or if they'd pointed, there's a good chance that Terada would turn to look the same way.
But wouldn't that method involve significant risk?
Indeed. In this case, there's a chance that Terada's head would move out of the way. That's one con, but the victim dying with a blow to the face is a pro for the killer. It's hard to say which they decided to go with in the end. What is certain is that the end result of it all was exactly what the killer had wanted.
Well, I understand the trick, but you still haven't explained one very important thing.
That's right. Why'd the killer bother going to all that trouble in the first place?
Not to mention, using the urban legend of Steel Lady Nanase itself as a cover for murder sounds like a total hassle.
Even if the detective was truly exceptional, they could have tried to poison him. Rather than preparing Steel Lady Nanase's costume in a pendulum, it's far easier to just use some poison.
That's a valid point. Why would they bother using such a complicated trick? This lie isn't very persuasive.
The reason the person involved went to so much trouble is that if they succeeded in killing him, they hoped to distance themselves from the investigation. If a detective as able-bodied as Terada was killed by being struck in the face, the proposed description of the suspect would be biased. If they couldn't figure out the trick, they suspect a male who had strength equal or more to Terada's. and who was most likely an acquaintance of his as well. Which means the murderer is the opposite. Instead, they were weaker than him and would never be able to hit him with that much force. Somebody it would seem unlikely for Detective Terada to be alone with in the middle of the night. If they had murdered him with poison, it would seem like the most obvious method for them to use to kill a man of his stature. Which means, the killer is a woman. If the killer was indeed a woman, it would seem unlikely she'd meet a man in the middle of the night in such a secluded area, unless they were dating. It also seems unlikely that she could kill him with a blow to the face before he could respond. The detective was a judo athlete. There's no way he'd be easily killed by a woman. That would allow the killer to avoid investigation. That's why they created a ghost that would be popular, like Steel Lady Nanase.
Why did the killer need to create Steel Lady Nanase? And why use such a specific way of killing Detective Terada?
If we can just determine why, they used a complicated murder setup and fabricated a phantom, that should help us narrow down the possible suspects. The killer knew Detective Terada's height and set the pendulum trap accordingly. The killer was able to summon him in the middle of the night without it seeming suspicious. The killer was able to forecast the detective would make a move if he noticed something strange was going on in the city. Our killer has to be someone who fits all these descriptions. The killer is a female officer working at the same department as Detective Terada. If they work at the same department, it'd be easy to find out the victim's height, as well as where his head would be in relation to something like a door. If they worked in the same department, they'd also know his reputation. As an officer, supposedly attacked by a suspect, they'd know how to preserve evidence, and no one would suspect a thing if they contacted a detective they could rely on. The description of the killer that comes from all these factors can only be a female cop. Her motive for doing it is anyone's guess. Perhaps Terada had been pursuing the killer romantically, and she had been troubled by that. Considering the trouble it took to set up, and that she went so far as to kill him, the motive to take his life could have come from an obsessive web of emotions. That should cover everything for my first claim. Steel Lady Nanase is not a ghost. She was created by a female officer to misdirect people so she could eliminate a detective. She's a means to a murder.
Even without naming the killer, she was able to convince everyone that they could exist just by whittling down the pool of suspects. By creating such a detailed description of the killer, she basically narrowed down who they could be. The flow of the forum has completely changed. Kuro must be working to track down a future where everyone supports Iwanaga's solution. Hold on! That suspect you described is basically me!
Oh, so you noticed.
Did you assume I wouldn't? A female officer who worked at the same police department and who Terada had feelings for, even the chief could connect those dots in one go!
You'll have to bear with me. I can't just frame a random female police officer. I'm sure you'll agree. Plus, this solution won't last long.
Huh?
I'm afraid I don't agree. I have to question if a lone female killer could have set up that pendulum trick by herself on the roof of the gas station.
Does it even make sense to create an urban legend, then work to make it so big that it causes enough trouble for a detective to take action?
I can't see the pendulum thing happening.
Wait, the flow changed again. The solution may not be realistic, but it's odd that they changed their minds again so quickly. Didn't the flow just change because of Kuro's ability? Iwanaga, you said Rika's the one who's trying to give Steel Lady Nanase a form, right?
Yes.
And she has the same ability as Kuro that allows her to choose the future, doesn't she?
Yes. As I said earlier.
But then if that's the case, Rika can also force the future she wants just like Kuro.
Yes, and that's exactly why the tides turn so quickly again. The idea that this is all caused by a ghost is popular. All she had to do was point out a few flaws in our solution, then die once. And she could easily shift the flow back in her favor. It's entirely possible that several of the posts are written by Rika personally. This wiki site, despite a sudden influx of traffic concurrent with mass posting by users, has somehow managed not to completely crash its server. And we haven't run into any trolls. That's not normal for a net discussion, is it? So that means Rika is probably choosing the future with the fewest problems while maintaining the site. She may not be censoring our posts, but it's clear that she has the home field advantage.
Rika surpasses the laws of nature, which means the way to solve this hasn't changed at all. In fact, because Rika got a head start and had everyone believe that Steel Lady Nanase exists, we're at a disadvantage.
This assembly is unique. After all, the truth never existed here. This is simple fiction. Both Rika and I know that Steel Lady Nanase didn't exist before. But Rika is still trying to give that fiction a form. Meanwhile, Kuro and I are trying to convince everyone that what is manifested in reality doesn't exist. This is a committee of dueling fictions. I will claim victory. I've only used one solution so far, out of a total of 4. All I need is for a portion of the assembly to believe it.
A portion? I see. The internet is just a swirling mass of different viewpoints. It's not always easy for everyone to believe in a single truth. In that case, you need to have a variety of truths, enough to match up against the variation of views. We couldn't completely dispel everyone's belief in Steel Lady Nanase with the pendulum solution, but at least a few of them should harbor some doubt now. And she's going to repeat this process 3 more times, to chip away at Steel Lady Nanase's support. Even if she doesn't gain the majority, she just has to make a large enough number of them believe that Rika's proposed bill is not worth voting for. That's why this strategy has a chance. She's incredible. Using her knowledge to wield a blade in one hand, while subtly injecting poison with the other. Who'd think that someone who's chosen lies as weapons could be so diabolical?
No, Steel Lady Nanase is totally a real ghost. I've seen her. She appeared in front of my car out of nowhere. This happened 5 days ago. She came out of smoke, went totally berserk, and started swinging a huge steel beam at me. That was a vengeful spirit, no doubt about it. I could have been killed by her, just like that detective was.
I will be victorious. All right, let solution 2 commence! I will be victorious.
Hey, wait! I thought your game plan revolved around the idea that Steel Lady Nanase was not a ghost.
The unreasonable won't bow to reason, so we'll be inconsistent too. That's the best way to establish logic from within. If we can convince them there is a particular reason for a ghost to appear, we will inevitably find the way to make that ghost disappear. Take away its raison d'etre, and then the ghost will stop appearing. Solution number 2 is go! Nanase isn't imaginary. She's a real bona fide ghost. The question is, why did Kari Nanase reappear as a ghost and start attacking people?
What? Wait, we're doing this again?
The one who killed Detective Terada was Steel Lady Nanase. He was out by himself, investigating the Steel Lady, and was unlucky enough to meet the real one, who crushed his head with a steel beam. Detective Terada didn't believe in ghosts, so when he met a real one, he was shocked. And that's when he was hit. He never had a chance to fight back. The reason the crime scene looked so incomprehensible is because it was the work of a ghost. So what could be the reason compelling Kari Nanase to reappear as a ghost? What were the regrets she left behind in this world?
Wouldn't dying in a tragic accident count as a compelling reason?
Kari Nanase's death is considered something akin to suicide, even though it was an accident. That night, Kari Nanase was so overwhelmed with despair, she accepted the fact that her face was about to be crushed by a falling steel beam. It could even be argued that she chose to die. So why come back as a ghost to wander this world again? And why would she pick a steel beam as her weapon of choice after letting one crush her face? If she became a ghost to strike back at the society that drove her to an early death, I think it's safe to say that she's finally gotten her revenge. Since emerging as Steel Lady Nanase, she's become a bigger star than she ever was. We have to ask what made her turn violent and go as far as killing someone. The real reason Nanase was chased out of the spotlight as an idol is because of the death of her father. A rumor started that she had killed him. That in mind, her ghostly return would only instill fear and stir up further criticism. Therefore, the reason Kari Nanase became a ghost wasn't her hatred towards society. She appeared because she wanted to tell the world about a different problem and a different truth. And because the world refused to understand what she was trying to say, it was only a matter of time before she became violent. Just think about it. She hadn't been cleared of suspicion of murder. It followed her all the way to the grave. But if Kari Nanase really had murdered her father, what message would she be trying to tell the world right now? She's enraged because she didn't kill her father, so she returned as a ghost to make sure everybody knew the truth. But then, is that truly the core of it? Isn't her unbridled rage actually an indicator that she's longing for something else?
But this isn't a deduction.
True. For the second solution, I'm nothing more than a mere fiction writer. The readers here seem to believe in ghosts and support theories that include them. I'll solve this mystery and ritualistically make our ghost problem a thing of the past. Let's go back to the beginning. Why did Kari Nanase, who had a cult following at best, suddenly become the target of mass media allegations of something as horrible as patricide? Someone plotted against her and forged these nefarious allegations. Kari Nanase had fallen into a trap, and that's why she's reappeared in our world as a ghost. Kari Nanase's return is a protest against the sinister person who tricked her and drove her to commit suicide. We have to take what we know for sure and find out the truth behind these ghastly allegations. Who was the first to accuse Kari Nanase of killing her father? What I'm proposing is risky, but I have to take the chance while it's here. The suspicion was first put on her by the one who would later become her alleged victim, Kari Nanase's father. Her father suspected that she was going to try to kill him and even left that in writing, in a notebook found after his death. How could anything be more convenient? If Kari Nanase truly did push her father down the stairs, intending to make it look like an accident, she likely would have been mindful about any handwritten notes he'd left behind, and disposed of them immediately. Besides, it's hard to believe she'd actually murder him while he was telling others that she scared him. She would have instantly been a person of interest.
I heard Kari Nanase was super intelligent, and that's how she was able to dodge investigations.
But if that's the case, she made a lot of mistakes.
When you lay it all out like that, a lot of it seems unthinkable.
So, Kari Nanase wasn't involved in his death. She didn't harbor any malice toward him. So why did her father feel like she had him in her crosshairs? The one who lured Kari Nanase into a trap was her own father. In order to derail his daughter's blossoming career, he killed himself in a way that would appear accidental, and made sure someone would find his handwritten thoughts about his daughter's malicious nature. The strangest thing about this story? It could be true. One can only imagine the dynamics of how their relationship worked. There are reports he quit his job because he expected part of his daughter's earnings.
That girl's made a damn fool of me, I tell you. She's always rubbed her superior intelligence in my face.
But wait, she's your daughter. How can you stand there and say such awful things about her? You're crazy.
It's probably true that her father was wary of their relationship. He was surviving on his daughter's flashy job after all, but he also developed an inferiority complex because of it. He was suffering and felt like no one cared. That's what caused him to resent his daughter. If he couldn't achieve the same amount of success as she could, he would commit suicide and drag her down with him. That was the purpose of his death. It was his last show of pride. To that end, he left a time bomb, implicating his daughter via his journal. And as he planned, Kari Nanase was looked down upon and treated with suspicion.
Miss Nanase, would you care to comment on your father's journal, specifically the last note he wrote?
I really don't know anything. No, I'm sorry, but I have to
Hey,
go.
hold on! In this reporter's opinion, the note your father left behind was perfectly clear. He said that you were gonna kill him. Miss Nanase!
That's what drove her away, and led her to an accident that many considered borderline suicide. That's how Kari Nanase left this world. And her soul moved to the afterlife. And in the next world, she was reunited with her late father, where she heard the awful truth straight from his own lips.
Huh? She heard the awful truth straight from her father's lips? Are you kidding me?
Where else was she supposed to find out the truth? After finding out her own father maliciously tried to ruin her, she became filled with regret, and her soul was unable to fully move on. That's why she came back to our world, and is desperate to tell people the truth. She wanted us to know the tragedy, that she did not kill her father, despite all the hearsay. It was her father who killed her. That's why she came back. That's why her spirit has gone on a rampage. Her father's betrayal turned her evil. She devolved into a monster. But if we remember her as she was and wish for her soul to move on, then the Steel Lady will stop haunting our streets at night. The ones who believe this story are the ones who can bring her peace. All of you must be the judges. Kari Nanase, also known as Haruko Nanase, let us lay her tormented soul to rest with our combined prayers.
I feel so sorry for her. That really changes Steel Lady Nanase's image. I sort of understand how her dad felt, though.
They're totally accepting this despite her bringing up the afterlife. Hey, look! I think she's weaker.
I assume this means that Rika failed to predict that we would switch over from such an orthodox solution to its absolute opposite so quickly. I tried to convince people who want to believe in spirits that there was indeed a ghost involved in this case. That meant they would support that argument even more. I think Kuro had an easier time choosing that future too, which doesn't hurt. But this still doesn't guarantee that we've won the battle.
I mean, sure, I can totally see her own father setting a trap for her. But you know, Honestly, it just looks like she's getting revenge by wreaking havoc on the world.
She even killed a detective. Rika started exerting her control over the flow. If Kari Nanase's ghost appeared more clearly before now and came across as more spiteful, the second solution might have been able to conclude everything. But unfortunately, Steel Lady Nanase's fame is a huge obstacle to overcome. It's hard to believe that a spirit who had such valid complaints or requests would become a ghost so bent on wreaking havoc. Nevertheless, Rika wasn't able to completely deny my story. If we're going to go on weaving the tapestry of our story, we'll have to focus on making it something that people across the internet will find palatable. Then Rika will have to accept certain premises of our story, since it's been so persuasive. We're in the minority with a disadvantage, but everybody loves an underdog, especially when they turn the tables on the reigning champion, who everyone was sure had a clear leg up. Now then, time for our third solution. Let's try another hypothesis. Steel Lady Nanase is not a specter. She is a fake ghost created by a living human being for an unknown purpose. Which means the one who killed Detective Terada is also human. Because Steel Lady Nanase is not Karin Nanase, its arrival and her death don't match up. That in mind, let's look at the circumstances around Karin Nanase's death. There are still some inconsistencies about her demise. Plenty have argued that it doesn't sound like the way someone like her would go. What's certain is she felt trapped. She had lost her hard-earned place in the entertainment business, and a comeback was proving difficult. She was accused of killing her father on top of that, and if those accusations stemmed from her own father's handwritten notes, then her whole life had basically been shattered beyond all repair. The motives for a suicide are there, and yet, her older sister had expressed doubts about the likelihood of Karin committing suicide.
I heard the interview with her. She said she didn't think that was enough to actually get to her sister, and that she wouldn't willingly let herself die such a gruesome death.
When a family member commits suicide, there are times when the remaining family members can't readily accept it. If the reason behind that suicide is another family member, they find a way to shift the blame to someone else so they won't be suspected. But her older sister made statements to the police that only made her a more suspicious character in their eyes. Would she have said all that simply to shift the blame somewhere else? She'd had her doubts from the very beginning. Did Kari Nanase, aka Haruko Nanase, truly perish? Couldn't it have been someone else whose face was crushed by the steel beam?
Wait, a double? A double is pretty much a given when you have a corpse without a face.
The authorities took the proper steps to identify the corpse. Her clothes, blood type, fingerprints, physical appearance, but in all frankness, how trustworthy is any of that? Clothes can be changed, and she wasn't the sort of person whose fingerprint would already be on file with the police. You could quite easily switch out the personal belongings in her room with someone else's. Her teeth were smashed to pieces along with her face. There are plenty of other people who share her blood type. You can't dismiss the possibility that she'd been switched with someone else. Which means it's theoretically possible to have a double. Because her face had been smashed in, dental records would be useless. It's possible someone could have planted a double.
Let's get real. Switching bodies would have been impossible.
The rules of reality don't matter here. What's important is that Kari Nanase's older sister actually had suspicions that this corpse could have been the remains of somebody else. Her younger sister had died in a very uncharacteristic way. The little sister who was smart and on the road to becoming a popular idol. There's no way she'd die like that. Of course she'd think that way. Or, the more spite you might have bottled up inside, the more likely you are to suspect someone else. So who was responsible for leaking her father's journal out to the media? The only probable answer is Kari Nanase's older sister. Was Hatsumi actually fond of her little sister Haruko? It's safe to assume she had been unfairly compared to her glorious little sister their whole lives. The siblings most likely were not on very good terms at the time. Allegations that Kari Nanase killed her father arose, yet Hatsumi never made any statements in her sister's defense. She didn't even try to criticize the media that had driven her sister to the brink of suicide. I believe Hatsumi sent the media her father's note to get a bit of revenge against her sister, but the results of her sending the note probably far exceeded her expectations. That's why.
There's no way Haruka would just let herself die so easily. Isn't it possible that someone else killed her? Someone else? This corpse must be someone else's body.
She began wondering if her sister had faked her death to get revenge. Realistically speaking, switching out the bodies would have been difficult, but also not impossible. And to Hatsumi, it seemed entirely likely that her sister would do something exactly like that. Haruko had always seemed like the type that would try to get revenge if she found out about the person who had caused her misery.
I'm probably going to end up killed like that too. Haruko would totally do that. No! Haruko has to still be alive!
Those who have been declared dead are invincible avengers above suspicion. Hatsumi was afraid. She was so terrified by the shadow of her dead sister that it started affecting her daily life. She needed a lie to save her, and it came in the shape of Steel Lady Nanase.
Huh? I don't get it.
Let's say there's an outside party who cares deeply for Hatsumi and was trying to help her out.
Haruko is dead and gone. Hatsumi needs to accept that, or she's going to break. This is the only way to help Hatsumi. I just have to prove that Haruko is really dead. I just need to make it so the ghost of Kari Nanase appears.
And then I was like, no way. He took on Steel Lady Nanase's form and started attacking people on the streets at night to fake the existence of this ghost and to start rumors spreading about it. Most people wouldn't exactly feel at ease if the ghost of a family member were to suddenly reappear, but for Hatsumi, it was a needed step for recovery.
So who would be the suspect in that case? Hatsumi's boyfriend?
The chances of that are low. A boyfriend would have had to leave in the middle of the night. Hatsumi would have noticed that. The suspect is someone resourceful, with plenty of time on their hands, who would do whatever it took to help Hatsumi. We can also assume it was someone who was single and showcased deviant tendencies. The suspect dressed as a ghost named Steel Lady Nanase, which hadn't existed prior, all for the sake of Hatsumi, then killed Detective Terada in a random encounter. The suspect panicked after murdering a police officer for Hatsumi, and might have wanted to further their relationship, potentially harming her if rejected. Steel Lady Nanase isn't a specter. We must track down this dangerous degenerate quickly, and confirm that everyone else involved in this is safe. You okay? Yes, I know how to pace myself.
Your third solution looks pretty effective. Even if they're just here for laughs, a lot of people are supporting it.
If that's the case, Steel Lady Nanase doesn't seem to be getting much weaker.
You insinuated that the suspect made up the Steel Lady Nanase ghost in order to soothe her older sister's wounded heart, but that doesn't make sense. Hatsumi was afraid her sister was after revenge. To calm her down, then Steel Lady Nanase's persona would have to be significantly milder than the rumors indicate. And yet, if Steel Lady Nanase has a tendency to swing a steel beam around assaulting random people, unable to avenge herself when she was alive, wouldn't she think her sister's ghost was trying to attack her? Besides, now that he's committed a murder, she would be terrified of him. He'd tear Hatsumi's psyche further apart. Therefore, the suspect's motive doesn't match the method. If the motive falls apart, that means the solution based on that motive should also fall to pieces.
That's right. The solution doesn't work. Really? You can't be sure the suspect wouldn't do anything contradictory. I mean, maybe it's possible, but if that solution's possible, then any other one is too. The suspect's clearly a bit messed up. Maybe they thought about bringing some other solution to things that made no sense. We would never be able to use their action.
Rika is a worthy adversary. She'll present her argument, literally die for it, and bring herself back just to have control of the flow. But I'm not alone in this fight. I have Kuro on my side, and we won't let you get away with it.
That's right. Just because the third solution was rejected, it's not like everybody would have changed their minds. A certain percentage should have switched over to the side of disbelief because of the first two ideas you gave.
However many have slipped between the two camps of thought is of no consequence. It stands to reason that many would be satisfied with the explanation thus far. Rika is calculating my moves the same way that you are, and choosing her features based on which ones have the fewest dissenters. She's under the assumption that I've been trying to chip away at her influence in stages. Which is what makes this such an effective trap. The solutions I've presented thus far included previously accepted scenarios, such as Detective Terada investigating Steel Lady Nanase on his own, as well as Kari Nanase's father leaving behind a damning handwritten note. Even if they reject the solutions themselves, the basic elements remain intact. Even though our third solution was rejected, as was the portrait of the killer from it, nobody took issue with the part where I said that Kari Nanase's sister was the one who passed the note on to the media. Rika will be satisfied with whatever conclusion results in the ghost of Kari Nanase continuing on in the imaginations of her website's users. So she sees no reason to discard my solutions by their roots, when she can achieve her goal by simply crushing the solutions. If she tried disproving parts of the story other than the outcome, she'd stand out more. Therefore, Rika is forced to follow the simplest option.
But wouldn't that mean... Is she saying that what Rika's doing, the future she's chosen, have all been a part of her plan?
The elements are now in place. All that's left is to deliver the finishing blow. New fiction is born from fiction, and inverts into the truth. Steel Lady Nanase will be finished. And now the fourth solution. Let's go! Nanase is pure fiction. The three solutions I've presented thus far form the foundation needed to get to the actual truth. Someone's behind this. They not only created Steel Lady Nanase, they also murdered Detective Terada.
We've been waiting for this.
Just give it up.
Stubborn.
The one we've been focusing on is the one behind this, i.e., Kari Nanase. She's actually still alive. The person who died at the construction site was someone else made to look like Karin. If you have a corpse without a face, it being switched for someone else isn't a stretch. Ultimately, the real Kari Nanase is still alive.
But that was debunked earlier. Oh, come on. No one believes that TV drama nonsense.
But if Kari Nanase was alive, there'd be no Steel Lady Nanase.
Her father is dead, and her sister had turned her back. Now she was all alone.
If I can just wait it out, things will settle down. Of course, I wouldn't be able to be an idol anymore. But I'm still young. I could start over again if I had to.
Excuse me. I'm sorry to startle you. I saw you walk by, and I couldn't help but notice we look alike. And that was how it all began. Their faces were different, but their builds were similar, as were their hair lengths, and they were roughly the same age. We'll refer to her as Miss A for ease of discussion. It's impossible for us to know what Miss A's circumstances were. Perhaps she was estranged from her family, had no friends, or suffered from a mental illness. But unfortunately for her, she was found by Kari Nanase. If I can leave my public self behind and start over as a new person. That desire for a fresh start led her to commit a crime. Say, I have a favor to ask. From there, Kari Nanase managed to coax Miss A into her hotel room and had her touch her personal belongings. She was careful to wipe away her own fingerprints from the room, ensuring that only Miss A's prints would remain. I assume Miss A had some motivation to assist Kari Nanase. Depressed and contemplating suicide before being stopped by Kari Nanase, Miss A became dependent on her. One might surmise that she was promised compensation, so she was more than willing. So I'm going to act as your decoy and lead the media away from here. Do you think it's actually gonna work? I may not be much help. What happens if they figure it out right away? How could they? The outfit's perfect. You've got this. Down there, see that work site? It's empty, which is totally ideal, because the media would never go in there. Let's meet there tonight. If Kari Nanase hadn't met her, the rumors would have run their course, and they both would have had the chance to live long, happy lives. But sunk in the irrationality of despair, the idol had been handed the chance to restart her life in the most dramatic fashion. Miss A's face was crushed beyond recognition. The steel beams made it impossible to identify her that way. And that would explain one of the long-standing questions of the case. Why did Kari Nanase let the steel beams hit her without any signs of a struggle or a defensive posture? It's because the body wasn't hers. It was the body of someone else who'd been knocked unconscious before the steel beams fell on her. Karin finished falsifying the scene of the accident, and then she fled. Miss A's identity gave her a shot at a new life. It was the chance she needed to break free from her past.
And that's all filed away. Here's your driver's license back, miss.
She'd need to change her appearance to keep from being recognized, but that shouldn't have been too difficult for her. Someone that determined would have been able to pull it off. The body that the police found at the construction site in Makurazaka City this year was not Kari Nanase. She fooled us all with the faceless corpse switch. Meanwhile, she's alive and well. Steel Lady Nanase cannot be a ghost if Kari Nanase's alive.
What about the Steel Lady people have seen? Does that mean Nanase made up her own ghost? But why, though?
If Kari Nanase's still alive, then what the heck is Steel Lady Nanase?
If her ghost appeared, that'd make people believe she was really dead.
So the creation of the ghost was a sort of unofficial death certificate.
But if that's the case, didn't Steel Lady Nanase show up kind of late?
That depends. When did the rumors of her ghost begin?
It was right around June.
Back in February, everyone was still freaking out about her accident.
After so much time had passed, wouldn't that just be stirring up the hornet's nest?
There's no way Kari Nanase spread the Steel Lady Nanase rumors.
The risk of her being found out is too great.
The site's viewers are now taking an active part in trying to solve the mystery.
hang on. Suppose she was living life just fine until around May. But then maybe she heard a rumor that there was a girl who looked a lot like her.
That's realistic, unlike plastic surgery, which takes too long and has its limits.
I think I see. By that point, she might have even moved away. But if she thought a similar occurrence might happen in the future...
In order to make herself completely dead in people's minds, she created Steel Lady Nanase.
They've started drawing their own conclusions. They've taken the 3 solutions offered, changed the events and the people involved, and kept elements that supported their narratives.
Are you saying the pop idol dressed up as a ghost version of herself and went around attacking people?
More than once, I'd wager. She wore the outfit and carried the steel beam to make the rumor spread faster. Plus, jiggly boobs. To reinforce the spectral aspect, she created a character named Steel Lady Nanase, complete with a steel beam and a smashed face.
This logic about why the ghost was needed, it's just like in the 3rd solution. Using pieces of that solution will give a satisfactory answer. She got their attention by getting them to logically try to explain an urban legend. So this was the real reason why she gave multiple solutions. Until now, this site had gathered up the imaginations of hundreds of thousands of people to give form to Steel Lady Nanase, as well as life. But not anymore. This time, the people on the forum are trying to use that same power of imagination to prove that Steel Lady Nanase doesn't exist.
Not quite. Though soon enough. I have yet to deliver the final blow. Until then, I'll prevent Rika from grasping the future she desires. After all, there's an order to this world that even the strongest cannot infringe upon. Exactly right. In order to make herself completely dead, at least according to the public eye, she invented her very own ghost, and made sure Steel Lady Nanase was immediately the first thing that came to people's minds. This might not have gained much attention, until somebody pointed out that the Steel Lady looked a lot like Kari Nanase. In order to make sure that nobody figured out that a body swap had happened, and to keep the faceless corpse trick under wraps, she decided her next step needed to be extreme. Kari Nanase started to appear in Makarazaka City every night as Steel Lady Nanase. Since she was simply playing the ghost version of herself, I'm sure the portrayal seemed convincing. The rumor spread, and suddenly it was a huge hit on the internet. But for the rumor to spread more effectively, to make it go far and wide, she did one thing. Yes, she created the Steel Lady Nanase wiki page by herself. Enough, Karine! I know that you created this website, and that you're also the admin!
What? No way!
And I'm sure you're reading my posts as we speak. From the beginning, I've been working to expose your crimes. This site spread rumors about Steel Lady Nanase very quickly, and magnified them. But the spread of information was a little too convenient, which is expected. You had the information, managed the account, and ultimately created Steel Lady Nanase. You've tried to reject every single solution that I've presented so far. All of my solutions were intended to erase a ghost from the equation. Yet if someone had concluded that the ghost was a fake, it would have messed things up for you. You want these rumors to spread further, so your ghost passing on is an ideal. Which is why you've refuted everything I said, and even went so far as trying to moderate my posts.
That's a flat-out lie. The person who created the website and runs it was always Rika.
I told you from the very start, there'd be a fair amount of lying.
No way! Oh my God!
the truth is completely irrelevant on the internet. To the people invested in this lie, this forum that they're in is the front line of the entire case.
Now I'll explain to the Assembly why you chose to kill Detective Terada.
Hell yeah! Lay it all out there!
I don't want to hurt you.
What's gonna happen?
Just last night, in Makarazaka City, you were there to inflame the Steel Lady Nanase panic by checking out the next location at which you plan to appear. The detective who didn't think Steel Lady Nanase was a ghost drove by and saw you, and thought you were suspicious. You were probably still dressed normally at the time, but there was something he couldn't overlook. The fact that your boobs were massive. Such distinguishing features reminded him of Steel Lady Nanase, and made his intuition go to work.
For what it's worth, I heard that the detective wasn't a fan of big breasts.
Of course, the same could be said for Kuro, taking my petite frame into consideration.
Kuro isn't the kind of man who judges women based on their chest size or appearance. Could you please hurry with that?
I'm with Makarazaka City PD. We've had reports of suspicious activity. I'd like to ask you a few questions. What brings you here this evening?
Oh, I was just riding my bike to the convenience store. I was getting a little hungry.
Then he said the last thing you expected to hear.
Have I seen her before? Yes. There's something familiar. That face. Nanase. It is you.
A dead woman was standing there in front of him, rendering the usually capable detective stunned and defenseless. You saw your opportunity and you took it. After knocking Detective Terada unconscious, you recognized the chance to make it look like Steel Lady Nanase had attacked him. If there was no sign that the detective fought back and his face had been smashed in, it'd be a tough sell to believe a woman like you had committed the crime. From there, you disposed of any trace of your presence and fled the scene. And this is the extent of your crimes to date. If you choose to refute this as well, then be my guest. But if you're able, I ask you to prove to the forum that you are not Kari Nanase. I'll say it again. The real killer is Kari Nanase!
But this is a total lie!
Who's this poster?
At first, I thought they were
Kari Nanase's alive?
Is Kari
If she's still alive, I wonder if she's gonna get arrested. Maybe the poster is involved in the case?
Hasn't been a post about a new sighting since
If it's a
then.
real ghost, so many other ghosts. So is it true or lie?
She reeled them in. The Nanase Wiki is part of the killer's plot, and the first 3 solutions were rejected because of them. She just managed to destroy Steel Lady Nanase simply by stating that Kari Nanase is still alive. I can't believe you made all this happen. Hold on. Rika's the actual admin of the site, isn't she? So what's to stop her from just saying she's not Kari Nanase?
Who's actually going to believe that now? The masses have now been convinced that Kari Nanase is the admin. Hell, they love the idea so much they're running with it. Whether she admits it or not, this wave of thought won't change.
Iwanaga used the first 3 solutions to feed them basic elements of the plot that would build the foundation for her ultimate solution. She couldn't have done it had a predetermined future not been fought for. Throughout his repeated deaths, Kuro chose future after future to destroy the monster.
Kuro has decided on the ultimate future. Rika won't be able to reach any further options to change things from this point onward. She can't control Steel Lady Nanase anymore, now that the site has lost its power. Now, ladies and gentlemen of this distinguished committee, time to cast your votes upon us. Does a ghost named Steel Lady Nanase truly exist, or not? You don't need to do anything special. Your votes are automatic, no matter what you choose. I just ask you to decide one way or another. Flip the switch in your mind. Choose based on what your own conscience tells you. There are real specters in this world, but there are also many false ones. Fiction reverts to fiction. Now, the monster born from lies shall be struck down by them. In the end, the majority concluded that Steel Lady Nanase was nothing more than fiction, and the schemes of Rika Sakuragawa were rejected. Well. Just received an email. Happens to be from Rika.
Huh?
I've been posting from Kuro's laptop. Guess she knows his email address.
So Rika knew that it was the two of you getting in her way this entire time? I guess that makes sense. The only one who could get in the way of her determining the future would be Kuro, who has the same ability. And she's the only one who would know how to do this.
Seriously, Rika? I've had to ask you half a dozen times to not call me by my first name.
What are you saying? Don't you like Kotoko?
I have difficulty saying it myself, and others do too. And because of that, it just doesn't feel right when I hear people say it. That's why I've always had Kuro call me by my surname.
Oh, I see. Now I understand why he calls you by your last name even though you're going out.
So what? Are you saying you had doubts whether Kuro and I were actually dating?
Well, that's what I've said from the beginning. Forget it. What did Rika's email mean when she said this time?
I assume she'll try to make another monster of the imagination. This wasn't enough to dissuade her either.
But why is Rika doing something so horrible?
People's imaginations hold an infinite amount of potential. Making yokai, phantoms, and demons too. We give life to monsters without even realizing it. And so, anything's possible. One might even create a god.
But that's... That's not an answer at all. What point could there be in creating a god?
You did great, Kuro. After dying and coming back to life so many times, your energy must be low. Time to replenish your nutrients. I got you this.
You're the one who needs to recharge her batteries. Creating those possibilities, countless futures sent right where I could grab them, I know more than anyone how much energy that takes.
Now don't be like that, just eat. And it'll put Saki at ease too, if she sees you eating like a human. But I have one request. That I get a partake of your banana when we get back to the hotel.
I'm too tired. Please, I'm begging you. No vulgar jokes like that at a time like this.
Oh, glorious day! That awful Steel Lady Nanase has been vanquished!
back home.
Oh. What's so important that you couldn't let me enjoy the praise a little bit longer? Huh?
It's Saki. I think she's about to have a heart attack. I'm sorry, Saki. If I'd tried to stop Rika just a little bit earlier, we might have been able to deal with this before Detective Torado was killed.
What happened was terrible, but how could either of you have predicted that? It was out of all of our hands in the long run. Your ability to determine the future isn't powerful enough to save everyone, no matter how much you'd like it to be. As for the Spectre Steel Lady Nanase, few people speak of or believe in her anymore. Their interest transferred over to solving the mystery of whether or not Kari Nanase was actually alive. Since Rika's defeat, she deleted the website. The people who were a part of the waves of posts that day are now talking about a different urban legend. The tall tale of Kari Nanase faking her death with someone else's body. The rumors are so dramatic that it's hard to speak about them publicly in the real world without upsetting someone. Almost like they're from an alternate reality, different from our own. Like the type of story we'd see on a TV program or read about in the newspaper. Which makes it less likely for someone researching it to bump into anybody involved in the actual case. The drama of the Steel Lady was resolved within the internet, but the story would be sullied if anyone tried to pursue it in reality. Even if people continued embellishing the story and talked of it quietly, they'd still deny Steel Lady Nanase existed. That's how much care she put into her solution. I won't make the mistake of being her enemy. As for the police, they intend to look into the idea that the corpse was a doppelganger and find out who created the site, even if they do look into it. There isn't any proof that the body belonged to someone other than Kari Nanase. Eventually, I'm sure the brass will come to the realization they were being led around by internet rumors, and that Kari Nanase did indeed perish in an accident earlier this year. We won't find out what happened to Kari Nanase and her family. There is no resolution, and the killer who murdered Detective Terada has disappeared. Back to business as usual. Back to my life.
Hi, Saki.
Hang on. Where's Iwanaga?
Still asleep at the hotel.
What? She's been out for an entire day?
She spent the entirety of yesterday overworking herself. I kinda figured this would happen.
You should try acting a little more concerned.
I will, when it's needed. You wanted to know about Rika, right?
That's right. What do you think it is that she's after? Iwanaga changed the subject when I asked her.
I'll tell you. After enough time, I've accepted what's happened and moved on. As it stands, my body has been growing and aging at a normal rate. And while accidents or injuries won't kill me, I'm hopeful that one day I can still die from complications of old age. In order to choose between different futures, I have to die. And so typically, I prefer to avoid dangerous situations. So I like to think that I'll be able to live a normal life.
Normal? Far from it.
But that's not the case for Rika. She'll use her ability as much as she can in an attempt to return to being a normal human.
Is that even possible? Even if she used her power to go through all available futures, finding one where she's a normal human being, it would have to take a miracle. That's right. Back at the university hospital, Rika tried to find out if it was medically possible to return to normal. In the end, logical methods provided no further opportunities for her. She decided to grasp the future she wanted for herself. And then what happened?
Anything's possible. One might even create a god.
In essence, Rika aims to create a new monster of the imagination, one strong enough to grant her wish. And so, She'll make something that has godly powers just to become a normal human being?
It's Rika, so I'm sure she'll do whatever it takes. I don't know what she's thinking. She wants to be normal, but always acts abnormally. Back then, before she consumed yokai flesh, I can't help but think that she may have always been a monster at heart.
And the toughest part of it is that you still love her, right?
It makes things difficult.
So what's next? Rika's going to keep trying to make a monster, isn't she?
But Iwanaga won't let her. No matter who tries, no matter the reason, anyone creating a monster for their own desires goes against the natural order. That's basically the reason she sacrificed her right eye and left leg.
It sounds like you're not going to let it slide either.
As much as I hate to admit it, I think you're right.
Show my phone number. Did you end up deleting it?
Yeah. Iwanaga nagged me about it.
No way you could have kept it. She's not the type to let that slide.
Yes, but what's the harm? It's not like we could just start all over, could we?
Yeah. Seeing you after all this time just proved it's impossible. I feel okay sitting across the table from you, but even still I'd be a bit hesitant to touch you. I'm sorry, Kuro.
No. It's all my fault for keeping it a secret from you.
It's all right. Just take care of Iwanaga.
I already do. Iwanaga's never cared much about the danger she's in. I am an immortal, yet she's more fearless than I am. She's been injured several times, trying to resolve conflicts between angry monsters. If I'm being perfectly honest, I didn't want to involve her in the Rika problem. I wanted to deal with it before she got involved. But after this little incident, Rika's come to the realization that Iwanaga is the biggest obstacle and all that stands in her way. Which means that Rika's next step might be to go after Iwanaga herself.
That hadn't even crossed my mind. Considering Rika's capabilities, if she thinks Iwanaga is in her way. So that's why you came looking for Rika, without telling Iwanaga. Though I'm sure if you had told her, then Iwanaga definitely would have gotten involved.
I won't let Iwanaga die. After all, she's someone who deserves to be happy.
Now, I feel like I can finally get some closure. I doubt that I'll ever see him again. Are you sure? You're really just giving me this bike?
Iwanaga bought this thing so she could get around the city. It'd be a pain to take it with us, so Iwanaga said she wanted you to have it. Oh, she also asked me to tell you. She told the monsters around the city to leave you alone. Another gift.
Tell her thanks. Doesn't make me feel much better. I'll see you around. I still get scared at night. But now, I know someone's protecting the order of things. I feel a sense of peace. Our world's in capable hands.
I keep making mistake after mistake. I can't believe I slept for a day and a half. Oh wow, is it still only 6 o'clock? I feel pretty refreshed for only having slept 4 hours. Wait, September 6th? Did I seriously just sleep for 28 hours? I'm such an idiot. I can't believe I gave Kuro and Saki so much time to spend alone together. Biggest screw up of my life.
Iwanaga. Hey, where'd she go?
Just a sec!
Found her. Don't rush on my account. If you need the rest, we can probably book another night.
You reek of sake!
That's impossible.
I know you saw her!
I did, just like you wanted. You said we should give the bicycle to Saki. I figured the sooner the better. I had time to kill.
Well, yes, I did say that, but how'd you get her number?
On the way back in the car the other night, we exchanged contact info. But I already deleted it from my phone. Saki and I are only friends now anyway.
That isn't the problem here!
You need to dry yourself off first. You'll catch a cold. Huh? Wait, what are you doing, you maniac? Cut it out. This is my only clean shirt.
Just get it,
so
damn it!
funny. Thanks for everything.
Thank you. We hope you enjoyed your stay.
So are you still angry?
No, I'm not. I was simply reflecting. I should have been awake and alert after 12 hours of sleep. Clearly, I need to work on increasing my endurance.
Take a taxi?
The station isn't very far. We can walk.
It looks like it's gonna rain. I'm going to get stuck sitting around on a bench as you take another nap, aren't I?
Even I couldn't possibly doze off after sleeping for 28 hours, Mr. Smarty Pants. Kuro? Something tells me Rika won't try to make another move in the immediate future. But I'm going to get the word out to monsters across the country to let me know if they see anything out of the ordinary. Of course, I'd rather not go through all that trouble again. The best way to handle this situation is to find her and talk face to face. And going forward, when you come across any new information, please don't act without telling me about it first, okay?
I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, will you?
Iwanaga. You knew about the Kuibiko. You must know about Princess Iwanaga.
From the Kojiki. It's phonetically the same as my surname, so naturally I'd know about it. Princess Iwanaga. Princess Konohana no Sakuya's older sister. They were both given in marriage to Niniji no Mikoto, descendant of Amaterasu. But Niniji no Mikoto only married Princess Konohana no Sakuya and sent Princess Iwanaga back home. That decision enraged the princess's father, Lord Oyamatsumi.
I had a specific reason in mind when I sent you both sisters. You integrate!
Just as the Iwa, or rock in Princess Iwanaga's name suggests, she was able to bear life as eternal as stone, which never changes, month to month, year after year. But because Niniji no Mikoto didn't marry her and returned her to her father, he and his line had short lives, scattered about like flower petals in the wind. They all became mortal.
You get it, right? As someone who is immortal, I don't belong with Princess Sakuya. I need Princess Iwanaga instead.
I'm sure that sounded really smooth inside your head, but you know the actual reason why Princess Iwanaga was returned home, don't you?
Don't worry about the minor details.
It's not minor. The reason Princess Iwanaga was sent back to her father was because she was ugly. You couldn't have chosen a worse metaphor to try and impress a girl.
But not you. You're pretty as a flower. Only a complete fool would think of sending you away.
However you meant it, judging someone by their physical appearance is boorish. You're just some yokai-human hybrid. Stop trying to sound so cool. Kuro, will you be staying at my place tonight? My parents want to see you.
Oh yeah. I still need to apologize for inconveniencing them.
There's no need to be so formal. I want you to think of them and the house as if they were your own.
I can't. I'm not ready to get fenced in just yet.
Do you honestly think you still have a say in the matter? In this world, there are yokai, ayakashi, specters, demons, mononoke, and ghosts. These creatures exist just like everything else. There is transcendent reasoning, where the logical and illogical go hand in hand. And yet, there's no reason to be afraid. There's still an order to all things. No matter how Rika tries to advance her agenda, no matter how desperate she becomes to create a new god, I will be there to protect that order, whether I have to fabricate a rational fiction or a fiction that transcends the truth itself. I'll defend this world from that gap between truth and fiction. You know what, Kuro? Something tells me today is going to be a beautiful day.